It's 9:04, and we will commence with the meeting. Aloha mai kako. Good morning. This is the November 16th, 2022 Land Use Commission meeting. This is an in-person meeting which is being held. You got me?
Yeah.
This is an in-person meeting which is being held at the Maui Arts and Cultural Center, Haynes Meeting Room 1, Cameron Way, Kahului, Maui, 96732, and it's open to the public. Court reporting transcriptions are being done from this Zoom recording. For all meeting participants, I'd like to stress the importance of speaking slowly, clearly, and directly into your microphone. Before speaking each time, please state your name and identify yourself for the record. Even though this is an in-person meeting, please be aware that all meeting participants are being recorded on the digital record of this Zoom meeting, and that's being done for court reporting purposes. Your continued participation is your implied consent to be part of the public record of this event. If you do not wish to be part of the public record, you should exit the meeting now. I will share with all participants that we will take breaks from time to time, typically every about 5 or 10 minutes every hour, and we'll also take a lunch break. My name is Dan Giovanni, and I have the pleasure to serve as the LUC chair. We currently have 9 seated commissioners. Along with me today are 6 other commissioners. Leo Higashi to my left is from Maui. Commissioner Don Chang, Commissioner Gary Okuda, Commissioner Kamakeo Halo, Commissioner George Atta, Commissioner Melka Hele are all from Oahu. Commissioner Michael Yamani from Kauai and Commissioner Nancy Cabral from Hilo are excused today. Also in attendance are the LUC Executive Officer to my right, Daniel Orendanker, LUC Chief Planner Derek Erickson, LUC Staff Planner Martina Segura, LUC Chief Clerk Ariana Kwan, and joining us today by Zoom from Oahu is LUC Attorney General Dan Morris. Again, court reporting transcriptions are being done from Zoom. Our first order of business is the adoption of the minutes from our meeting of November 2nd, 2022. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on the November 2nd, 2022 minutes?
No, Mr. Chair.
You have a microphone over there? Okay, speak loud. Are there any members of the public who have signed up to testify on the adoption of the minutes?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any corrections or comments on the minutes from November 22nd?
Chair.
Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, because I was not present at the meeting, I plan to abstain.
So noted. Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the minutes from November 22nd?
Sure.
Commissioner Higashi moves to adopt. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Atta seconds. All in favor of adoption of the minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are adopted. Thank you. The next agenda item is the tentative meeting schedule. Mr. Orendanker, would you share that with us, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. December 2nd, we will be on Oahu at the Foreign Trade Zone for A89-651, the Haseko matter. On December 21st, we will be on the Big Island in Kona for the YO Limited Partnership matter. On January 11th, we are currently planning on completion of this matter, the matter before us today, which is the PÖLAMA LANA MIKI Basin matter. At the moment, we do not have anything else firm enough to schedule. However, we would caution the commissioners to keep those dates open because we do have a number of things pending.
Thank you. Did you say December 2nd or 7th?
7th,
7th.
yes.
Okay, I heard the 2nd, so that's what I wanted to clarify. It is December 7th is our next meeting. Commissioners, do you have any other questions on the schedule for Mr. Rondecker? Seeing none, we'll move forward. Our fourth order of business is the PÖLAMA, is the petition for district boundary amendment for A19-809 PÖLAMA LANA MIKI Basin. This is a petition to amend the land use district boundaries from agricultural district to urban district for an industrial park and for other uses at MIKI Basin. Approximately 200 acres of land situated in Lanai City. Let me briefly explain our procedure for today. First, I will ask if there are any disclosures from the commissioners. Then I will update the record and I will also ask the parties to identify themselves. Next, I will give opportunity for the petitioner to comment on the commission's policy governing reimbursement of hearing expense. Then I will recognize the written public testimony that has been submitted in this matter, identifying the person or organization who has submitted the testimony. Next, I will call for members of the public who wish to testify on the DBA for A19-809 PÖLAMA LANA MIKI Basin. Members of the public will each have 2 minutes to provide their testimony and should stand by after their testimony to respond to any questions by the parties or commissioners. When all questions have been completed, the chair will excuse the witness and call the next witness to enter to provide public testimony. After completion of the public testimony portion of the proceedings, I will give an opportunity for the parties to admit their additional exhibits and witness lists into the record. After completion of the public testimony portion of the proceedings, and the chair would like the petitioner to provide its case in support of the petition. The chair will then call on the County of Maui Department of Planning to make their case. The chair will then call on the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development to make their case. After the presentation of each witness by the party or other parties will be given an opportunity to cross-examine the witness. After cross-examination, the commissioners will be given the opportunity to question the witness. After that, the presenting party will be given an opportunity for redirect examination of the witness. The petitioner will then be allowed to present its rebuttal evidence. Commissioners will ask questions of the parties at the conclusion of each of their witnesses and again at the end of their individual presentations. At the conclusion of the parties' presentations of evidence and commissioners' questions, the public will again be granted a second opportunity to provide public testimony in the same manner that was set forth previously. The chair will also provide note for the parties and the public that from time to time, I'll be calling those short breaks, nominally 5 to 10 minutes per hour, as well as a longer one for lunch. Are there any questions on the procedures today? Okay, 1 second. Should I have the parties introduce themselves before them? If they have any issues. I'm going to ask the parties to identify themselves at this time, starting with the petitioner.
Morning, Chair, members, Cal Chipchase and Stacy Gray for the petitioner. With me at table is Kurt Matsumoto. He's the president of PÖLAMA Lanai.
Thank you, Mr. Chipchase. County.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Michael Hopper, Deputy Corporation Counsel representing Maui County Department of Planning. With me are Planning Director Michelle McLean and Planner Kurt Wollenhaupt. Thank you.
Thank you. Office of Planning and Sustainable Development.
Good morning, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee, on behalf of the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development. With me is the LUD Chief, Katya Balasiano, and Aaron Setagawa, Planner.
Thank you. At this time, we'll entertain any disclosures that the commissioners have to make at this time. So commissioners, do you have any disclosures that you'd like to make?
I do.
Commissioner Chang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Many years ago, I think in 2015, I did have a small consulting contract with PÖLAMA Lanai with respect to assisting them on Lanai Cemetery. And since then, I have had no other financial involvement with PÖLAMA Lanai. I do not believe that that previous work will affect my ability to be fair and objective in reviewing this petition.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Any objection by the parties, starting with the petitioner?
No, Chair.
County?
No objection, Chair.
State?
No objection.
Thank you. Any other disclosures? By commissioners? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Let me update the record. On December 13th, 2019, the commission agreed to be the accepting authority pursuant to Chapter 343 HRS and determined that the LUC anticipates a finding of no significant impact on the environment, a FONSI. On February 4th, 2022, the petitioner filed a motion to issue notice of a finding of no significant impact final EA and FEA. On February 16th, 2022, the LUC voted to find the proposed action will not likely have significant impacts on the environment and that the finding of no significant impact, a FONSI, is warranted for the proposed action. On June 7th, 2022, the petitioner filed the petition for land use district boundary amendment. On June 21st, 2022, the Land Use Commission deemed the petition complete and accepted for processing. On July 20th, 2022, the LUC received an updated map for the MIKI Basin district boundary amendment. On October 13th, the LUC received the Department of Land and Natural Resources Chapter 6E-42 Historic Preservation Review. On October 19th, 2022, OPSD filed testimony in support with conditions and exhibits 2 through 8. On October 21st, 2022, LUC received the petitioner's notice of hearing. On October 24th, 2022, the petition filed their exhibit list, witness list, and exhibits 13 through 19. On October 31st, 2022, the County of Maui filed their witness list and petition statement. On November 3rd, 2022, the County of Maui filed their corrected version of recipient list. On November 4th, 2022, the Land Use Commission emailed the agenda for today's meeting to all parties statewide and the Maui list. And on November 7th, 2022, the petitioner filed an affidavit and mailing of notice of hearing. So parties have already identified themselves. I'd like to move now to the reimbursement policy. So, Mr. Chip Chase, have you received HAR 15-15-45-1 regarding reimbursement of hearing expenses?
Received and accepted, Chair.
Thank you so much. Public testimony. I'll now recognize the written public testimony submitted in this matter, identifying the person and organizations submitting the testimony. Ms. Kwan, has there been any written testimony submitted on this matter?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you again. Now I will call for members of the public to provide testimony on this agenda item. Ms. Kwan, are there any members of the public present who would like to testify in person?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. So that concludes our first round of public testimony that we will give a second round later. Admission of exhibits. Mr. Chip Chase, please describe the exhibits which you wish to have admitted to the record at this time.
Chair, we filed an exhibit list denominating each exhibit that we intend to admit. That exhibit list is comprehensive. I'd be happy to read it if necessary, but I believe it's in the record. The only document that I'd like to add to that exhibit is we filed yesterday, and it was formally received and stamped today and distributed to the parties and to the commission. An additional exhibit, which is a special permit that covers a portion of the petition area. That special permit is in place today and that area is in use. It'll obviously be subsumed by the DBA if the DBA is approved and then the rezoning by the county is approved. But the Office of Planning and Sustainable Development brought to my attention that that particular SP was not in the LUC's record because it had been issued by the county. And I wanted to make sure that the commissioners had it for today's hearing.
Okay, Mr. Chase, 2 points. Number one, I'd like you to clarify the numbers of the exhibit. You don't have to read all of the names of them, but from what number to what number will be the exhibits of record?
Understood, Chair. It's exhibits 1 through 20.
And this additional one is number 20 or is number 21?
21, Chair. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Gray corrected me. It's number 20, Chair.
Okay, so there were 19 and you filed another one yesterday and it's number 20.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, county, any objection to admission of number 20?
No, Chair.
Thank you. State?
No objection.
Thank you. So we will accept the exhibit 20 as part of the record.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, county, do you have any objection to the exhibits 1 through 19?
No, Chair.
State, do you have any objection to exhibits 1 through 19?
No objection.
Thank you. They're all accepted.
Thank you, Chair.
County, do you have any exhibits which you wish to have admitted to the record?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Yee, do you have any exhibits from OPSD you wish to have admitted to the record?
Yes, Chair. OPSD has exhibits 1 through 8 with the notice that exhibit 8 is the resume of Katia Balasiano.
Petitioner, any objection to the admission of exhibits 1 through 8 from the state?
No, Chair.
County?
No, Chair.
So admitted. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now proceed. So commissioners, do you have any objections to any of the exhibits from the petitioners, county or state? Seeing none, I'm just reaffirming all of those exhibits are admitted. Presentations, Mr. Chip Chase, for planning purposes, would you describe how you will be presenting your case today, including how many witnesses and the approximate time?
Yes, Chair. I plan to present 3 witnesses as part of my case. The first will be Dr. K.Hal Watson. She will address archaeological and historical as well as cultural matters. Dr. Watson has a flight to catch, and so I'd like to present her early in the hearing day in case the commission has any questions related to those matters. I'll then call Kurt Matsumoto, who will provide an overview of the proposed project. Finally, I'll call Dr. Kekipua Dancel, who will discuss the project in more detail and summarize some of the technical studies that have been submitted and now entered into the record that support the project. That will conclude my presentation unless the commission has questions that require me to call the subject matter experts who prepared those studies and reports. They're available in person today to address those questions should the commission have them. If the commission doesn't have questions, I'm content to stand on the record that we have submitted. I think in total, my presentation should take less than 2 hours.
Thank you very much. I hope your forecast is accurate.
You and me both, Chair.
I have, since Ms. Dancel will be a witness of yours, I have a disclosure to make of my own. Ms. Dancel and I were colleagues for several years, worked together at Hawaiian Electric Company, but our relationship will have no bearing on my ability to be fair in this matter. Does anybody have any objections to my continuation, parties?
No, Chair.
County,
No, Chair.
state,
No objection.
fellow commissioners? Seeing none, I will proceed. Let's stay on board. Nice to see you, Ms. Dancel. You may begin, Mr. Chief Justice.
Very good, Chair. Commissioners, we're here, of course, for consideration of the MIKI Basin Industrial Park District Boundary Amendment. This proceeding follows the Commission's acceptance of the final environmental assessment for that project. This petition for DBA, our petition, is consistent with the FEA. It's also consistent with the community plan, the county community plan for the area, which supports the location of an industrial park in this area. The Office of Planning and Sustainable Development, OPSD, supports the petition. The county supports the petition. And we have worked out the proposed conditions to be attached to the district boundary amendment with the county and OPSD. So all parties to this proceeding are in agreement on those conditions. And at the conclusion of my presentation, I'll put them up on the screen for the commission to review. With that, Chair, I'm ready to proceed to my witnesses.
Proceed.
All right. My first witness is Dr. I.CALL Watson. Good morning, Dr. Watson. Would you mind introducing yourself for me?
Oh, that would help,
Are you fixed?
hopefully. Am I good? Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Tricia Keholani Watson. I am the founder and owner of Honua Consulting.
And Dr. Watson, could you just briefly describe for us your educational background and experience?
I have bachelor's degrees in American Studies and Sociology, a master's in American Studies, a law degree, an environmental law certificate, and a PhD in American Studies. I'm Secretary of Interior qualified, and I founded Honua in 2003, so we'll be 20 years next year.
And over that 20 years, can you estimate for us the number of cultural resource projects that you've overseen?
At least over 100.
And would you describe for us your work with PÖLAMA Lanai?
So we currently hold the master contract for all of Pulama Lanai's cultural resource work. We inherited that from Tom Dye, who was an archaeologist who retired a few years ago. My mentor is Kepa Mali. Kepa served as the Vice President of Culture and Historic Preservation for Pulama Lanai. So we've basically continued both Tom and Kepa's work on Lanai. One of Tom's lead field technician, we hired him on board to have continuity throughout the projects over the years.
And in your experience, have you had an opportunity to testify before any board or commission?
Yes, I have. I've testified before boards and commissions, including the LUC a few times.
And in those times, were you recognized as an expert witness?
Yes.
In what field?
Environmental law and cultural resource management.
And are you familiar with the MIKI Basin Industrial Park project?
Yes, I am.
And is it accurate to say that you submitted the AIS to Shifty for this project?
Yes. Again, after Tom Dye retired, we took over the project and led it through the 6D compliance.
And Chair, I'd ask that Dr. Watson be recognized as an expert in the fields of cultural resource management, including archaeology and environmental law.
County, any objection?
No objection, Chair.
State?
Will Ms. Watson be testifying regarding environmental law?
Only insofar as to compliance with HRS 6E and Kapa'akai.
I have no objection to her expertise in the area of Chapter 6E or archaeological and cultural issues. I think the larger issue of environmental law is not relevant to your testimony, and we would not be comfortable stipulating to that.
Chair, I accept that limitation.
I think that was Mr. Chip Chase that echoed in there at the end.
Yes, Chair.
Let the record show that. Yeah, just because we are doing this by transcript by Zoom, please try to restate your name every time you re-enter. Commissioners, any comment or objection? So she will be admitted as an expert subject to the constraint that was proposed by Mr. Yee and agreed to by the petitioner.
Very good, Chair. Cal Chip Chase continuing. Commissioners, Exhibit D1 to the FEA, the final environmental assessment, is the archaeological inventory survey. Exhibit D2 is the SHPD SHPD concurrence letter. D3 is the archaeological data recovery plan and report. And D4 is supporting documentation on cultural impact assessment requirement. Exhibit 13 to the DBA is the SHPD acceptance letter for the data recovery plan and the data recovery report. Dr. Watson, I'd like you to talk briefly about the methodology for the AIS.
Yes, so Tom Dye, there was two primary types of methodology. He conducted a 100% pedestrian survey. The field technician on that was Nathan DeVito, who does work with us now. He then conducted 31 trenches across the property that you can see on the slide there. Over the course of that, he did identify one subsurface pit, and then in the pedestrian survey just identified another. It was a very comprehensive study. It was accepted by the State Historic Preservation Division. That was the methodology used.
All right, and you touched on some of this, anticipating my next question, but do you have anything to add to the findings as a result of that AIS or the 6E determination?
No, we stand on the record, but we just do point out that there were two historic sites identified. Both were remnant fire pits. Those were fully investigated. There was surface scatter of both a historic, so older than 50 years old, but not pre-contact, of a historic nature associated with MIKI camp, and then traditional scatter, which is pre-contact scatter. And those were all documented and properly cataloged as well.
And in addition to the archaeological work, was ethnographic data collected?
Yes, so when Mr. Maui was still with PÖLAMA Lanai, he and Tom worked out a methodology where all of the ethnographic history would be included in the archaeological inventory survey. So he did a very, very robust study that was included in the AIS, so not as a separate CIA. And so he did all of that work. And then just to supplement it, to make sure we were in compliance with Act 50 and Kapa'akai, we did additional interviews with two kumuhula from the area, and that sort of comprised all the ethnographic work.
We'll put up on the screen the SHPD acceptance letter. That's the letter related to the AIS. And to confirm, did SHPD concur in the assessment and the mitigation recommendations?
Yes.
Put up on the screen the next SHPD acceptance letter. And can you confirm for us that the data recovery plan and report for the sites that you identified were also accepted by SHPD?
Yes, the work was completed and accepted by the State Historic Preservation Division.
Is there any further work needed for those sites?
No, there is not.
Was the county notified as part of SHPD's acceptance that the issuance of the permit process may continue?
Yes.
Dr. Watson, based on the historic and ethnographic research that was conducted as part of the MIKI Basin project, will the project affect or impair Native Hawaiian customary or traditional rights?
No, it will not.
Thank you for your time, Dr. Watson. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Mr. Chip Chase, is the slide deck that you're using one of your exhibits?
It is not, Chair. It has been my practice to submit the slide deck as an exhibit at the conclusion of my presentation, and I will do that today.
Yeah, we would appreciate that you make that available to our LUC staff.
Will do, Chair.
Thank you. So are there any cross-examination of the witness by the county?
No questions for this witness. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Hopper. Mr. Yee.
Um, For my information, were you the archaeologist in 2020?
In 2020, we were the firm, but we were not the PI at that point. And we would not have been the PI of record because the field work was conducted under Tom Dye prior to his retirement.
So if you can't answer the question, feel free. But my question is with respect to the Shifty letter dated August 4th, 2020.
Okay.
Just for my information, the letter talks about notifying the County of Maui that the office that a Shifty has not yet received the county permit submittal. Do you know if that matter was ever resolved?
So LUC hearings are a little unique in that they are their own trigger and separate from the subsequent 6E42 trigger that will come from the permitting. So this is a trigger, and because it has been the practice of the LUC in recent years to make sure that the archaeological work is fully completed ahead of time, just as best practice, I think permits are still coming after this DBA. So I think to the extent that permits were currently available and provided, they have been done so. Additionally, it is proper practice under 6E that any additional permits will be submitted under HICRIS to the State Historic Preservation Division for their review to make sure that they are consistent with the previous Shifty decision, if that makes sense.
Do you know if the application for this DBA was submitted to Shifty yet?
I believe it was, yes. But I can double check on that.
Do you know if Shifty specifically responded to the application for the DBA?
I do not believe they did, no. In practice, it's been sufficient that they have reviewed the archaeological 6E documentation for the project, and it was accepted in this case as indicated by both Shifty letters.
It was this archaeological inventory survey submitted with respect to a special permit application?
No, it was practice at the time. So Shifty's shifted their practices a bit. So again, it was so comprehensive. I don't think it would have been done the same today. It's why he did a full sampling of the entire parcel, whereas today it might have been a smaller sampling of exactly where ground disturbing activities would have been. But because it was done in anticipation of this and other permits, he did a comprehensive look of the entire parcel.
So the AIS was done comprehensively for any anticipated permits before the permits were submitted. Is that?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry, one quick question. Is there going to be a submittal of this DBA to Shifty in the future?
Yes, it would be required under law. So all of any permits, additionally grading, building, anything, and we submit it under the same HICRIS number. So again, it's a project determination by Shifty. So that project determination, as long as all subsequent activities are consistent with their prior determinations, would be approved under the existing approval that Shifty has already provided.
And given the prior Shifty determination in August of 2020, would you anticipate then a fairly simple Shifty approval of the DBA in this case?
Yes, absolutely. Because, and in particular, because the data recovery and the mitigation has already been completed. So likely it would be just a turnaround that it is consistent with the prior decision and no additional work is needed.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Commissioners, questions for Dr. Johnson?
Dr. Watson.
Pardon me.
That's okay.
Where did I get John?
I'll be whoever you need me to be,
Watson.
Chair. It's okay.
See that?
I'm good.
Because you didn't state your name each time.
I'm sorry.
You spoke and I had no idea. No, I'm just kidding. That's my
No, it's fine.
I apologize.
It is the most. Yeah.
Commissioners, any questions for Dr. Watson? Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Watson, I'm just going to ask some background, kind of like foundational questions, which is often directed to an expert witness. In prior times that you've testified as an expert witness, have you been asked questions about the terms and conditions of your retention by whomever you're providing services for?
I don't believe I have.
Oh, okay. Well, just so that we have a complete record here to
Sure.
evaluate the witness, if you don't mind me asking that, are you and your company are retained by PÖLAMA LANA, correct?
Yes, correct.
Can you please describe what the terms and conditions of your compensation is with PÖLAMA LANA?
Honestly, I don't do the business administration of my company, so I don't have specifics as to terms and conditions. Off the top of my head, I didn't come prepared to speak to that. I'm sorry.
Oh, are you able to tell us whether you're compensated, you or your company are compensated on an hourly basis or by the amount of the project, like a flat rate?
I believe it's a flat rate per per project. So for LRFIs, I believe, and again, I'm speaking off the cuff, based on the size and the acreage of the parcel. And then we would go by if just a pedestrian survey is necessary. If we need additional subsurface testing, we would have a calculation for that, but it's something like that.
Can you tell us, as you sit here today, what your compensation has been for the services that you have provided regarding this matter that you are testifying here today?
I'll be honest, I don't think we've charged on this yet. I mean, because we inherited it. So we're bad at billing. I should be better at it, but I don't believe we have charged on MIKI base. No, I haven't.
What is the anticipated amount, if you can tell us, ballpark would be fine, that you intend to charge or bill PÖLAMA LANA?
I think probably 2,500, I would say. That's about standard for moving through the 6E process. So that would be about my guess.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Commissioner Kuda, may I suggest that those are two-party contracts, so you might get the information you're looking for from PÖLAMA LANA.
Yeah, and my final question to you, Dr. Watson, is have you ever testified, you or your company testified for anyone in opposition to a petition for a boundary amendment or a petition for granting of any type of entitlement from the Land Use Commission or a government agency?
Have I ever testified in opposition to any entitlement? I'm sure I have. I couldn't give you specifics, but I'm sure I have over the years.
Are you able to give a percentage of what percentage of your practice has been involved in testifying in favor of entitlements as opposed to against entitlements?
I would say probably 50-50. I have a colorful background as a Native Hawaiian, so I think we land on the side of integrity and truth. So I don't ever testify if I don't believe in it one way or another.
Okay, thank you very much
You're
for your
welcome.
answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Chang.
Yes, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Dr. Watson. How did you forget that name?
I know.
I'm going to call myself Dr. Johnson now, just for fun once in a while.
I just want to kind of go back, some of the cultural resources. Could you briefly describe what was the use of the area prior to the plantation?
So what we believe from the subsurface, the two fire pits, is that it was likely travel and temporary habitation. So what is clear from the discarded as flakes is that there was probably quarrying further Mauka or in the region. So this is an area people would pass through. The fire pits indicate that people would have stopped, camped, slept. And again, we've seen this on other islands for sure, that people will quarry in a place, then travel through. So almost like a traditional economic route where people will travel as they fashion as is, and then just stop too.
Did you find any evidence of any ads in this area?
Yes, if you look at the lithic scatter, there were at least two isolated finds that were discarded as flakes, basalt. And I believe there was some others found in the traditional context. I think that was context 19.
Are you aware of any other as quarry on Lanai?
I am not. But again, just to clarify, this wouldn't have been the quarry area itself. It would have been, Hawaii Island is similar. So like they would quarry up Mauka, and then you will find discarded flakes and basalt in the, so as they head Makai.
Okay. Did you find any evidence of a traditional trail system that may have gone through this property?
No, not a trail per se. I definitely say people traversed through this area. That's abundantly clear. We didn't find like an ala law or anything that indicated there was a constructed path or carved, sort of worn singular path as you see in other places, likely due to what is more hospitable terrain than perhaps somewhere like Hawaii Island, people would have just traversed through.
And I have great mahalo for Pa's work, and knowing him, he did extensive research there. Is there any evidence of Mauka Makai connection that went through this area?
Not per se, but again, this, I would call it an economic route, right? These are our economic highways. People would quarry and utilize Mauka resources, in this case, the basalt, and then absolutely take it to trade. We see that throughout the islands. So I would say absolutely there's a connection, even if not a specific one. I mean, I think we knew people traveled and lived Mauka to Makai.
I'm trying to, it doesn't appear as if there's any evidence of a trail system that connects Mauka Makai. But again, what I'm hearing you say is that this was an area that was traversed. Are there alternate routes? Are there, okay, so this was just, there is no, can you confirm that there's no evidence that this was a recognized pathway, Mauka Makai connection?
As far as I know, there is no evidence in either the archaeological data or the ethnographic data that there was a recognized trail here. But and to answer the other part of your question, yes, there are, as you saw from the interviews, people also hunt through here. So there are alternative paths that would not in any way inhibit what would have been traditional uses of the area or modern hunting uses, which is why we don't believe there's an adverse effect to traditional or customary practices. Fortunately for Lanai, they're not as urbanized as the rest of us. So they do have opportunities to still widely use this region.
Okay, thank you. And you did anticipate my question, because I found it, the finding to be very conclusory, that there's no adverse effect. But I mean, in most cases, there were many people who lived, and it's hard for me to I like to understand the basis for that conclusion. So it is helpful to understand that there are alternate routes, that this is not the primary connection, and recognizing people in Lanai are extremely resourceful so that they do have other routes. Okay, that's very helpful. That's very helpful.
Yeah, and just to add to that, that was the logic behind the conclusion. And even for the la'au that was identified, so the uhaloa and the a'ali'i are abundant in the area. So again, had this been a situation where this was the only place a plant resource was identified as being available, it would have been a different conclusion. Same as to, we asked about kilo resources, right? So is there a view plane or a pu'u in this place that is exclusively in that project area? And had there been something identified as such, it would have been a different conclusion. But again, because the plant resources and the access is widely available in nearby areas and doesn't inhibit practice in that way, it's why we came to this particular conclusion. It would have been a different conclusion under different variables, or perhaps in a different place.
Okay. No, I appreciate the additional connection to support the conclusion. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Commissioner Ohigashi.
Mr. Chairman, what is the status of Exhibit 20?
What is the status of Exhibit 20 petitioner, Mr. Chip Chase?
Do we accept it?
We accept it.
We accepted it. I just want to be sure.
Yes, Commissioner.
So may I ask some foundation questions, Mr. Chip Chase? With regard to exhibit 20 before I ask.
Please.
Okay, my question is, the 14.5 acres within, on exhibit, described on exhibit 20, is that within the 200 acre, completely within the 200 acre?
Yes, Commissioner.
And is that a specific area that you can identify within that area?
Yeah, may I ask Dr. Dancel to address that? You anticipate a little bit of her testimony, but I'm happy to cover it now if you'd like.
I just wanted to know if it was in the northern section.
I'm gonna ask Dr. Dancel so that we make sure we get a factual record for your question.
So before we do that, I forgot to swear you in. So do you, Dr. Watson, do you swear that the testimony that you already gave and the testimony you will give going forward is the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Ms. Dancel, I need to swear you in before you speak. Do you agree that the testimony you're about to give before this commission is the truth?
I do, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Higashi?
Yeah, so my question was really the approximate location.
Yes, if you, Keiki Poedanso from PÖLAMA Lanai, if you would allow, we're going to put an image on the screen for everyone. Is that okay? So that,
If it helps clarify, yes, please do.
yes, it will. The team is pulling it up. Yes, I will use. I'm going to use a laser pointer. So this red line out here is the MIKI 200 acres. This area right here where my green laser is the HECO fossil fuel facility. It's not within the project area. This here is what we call our MIKI 20 condominium project. It's 20 acres. Right adjacent to that right here is the 14.5 acres. It's the location of the future concrete crushing facility.
Has any work on that facility been started?
Yes, right now we are stockpiling aggregate and concrete.
So back to Dr. Watson. Dr. Watson, the only question that I had was pretty much answered by that because pretty much answered by it, but did you testify before the Lanai Planning Commission in regard to the use of the 14.5 acres?
No, I did not.
Did you submit a report to them or anything like that?
Yes, the archaeological report was submitted.
Okay, I just wanted to know. Is your firm monitoring existing construction or will be monitoring existing construction within the 200?
Monitoring was not a requirement of the SHPD approval. So they didn't request it in this case.
And did your analysis include specifically the 14.5 acre site?
Yes,
In terms of,
yes, it did.
No further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, any further questions for this witness, Dr. Watson?
Yeah. Or Johnson.
Not Johnson, Watson. Thank you, Dr. Watson.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chip Chase, you want a 5-minute break right now, or do you want to proceed to your next witness and then interrupt them in the middle?
I think a 5-minute break is the way to go, Chair. Just two quick housekeeping things, and I might have missed it. I just wanted to make sure that the other parties were given an opportunity to ask questions of Dr. Watson.
I did not. So let's make sure we do that. No, I did.
Oh, you did?
I did.
You absolutely did. But I meant after the commissioner's questions. Normally, we have an opportunity to ask again if any commissioner's questions prompted. If
He's off to the airport. Just for clarity, confirming, County, did you have any follow-up questions you wanted to ask Dr. Watson?
I'm sorry, Chair. No, we do not.
Thank you. Office of Planning.
No, we do not.
Okay.
And I don't either, Chair. The other,
Other housekeeping.
other housekeeping matter I wanted to do is for Commissioner Ohigashi, Exhibit 8, our Exhibit 8 is the SHPE letter specific to the 14.5 acres. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break now. We'll return at 10 o'clock sharp. Okay, we're back on the record. It's 10:05. I just want to affirm that Mr. Chase, you had no further redirect for Dr. Watson, and you're ready to proceed to your next witness. Is that correct?
I am ready, Chair.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, at this time, I would call Kurt Matsumoto.
Mr. Matsumoto, would you swear that your testimony you're about to give today is the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. Would you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Kurt Matsumoto, and I am the president of PÖLAMA LANA'i.
And Kurt, would you describe for us your responsibilities at PÖLAMA LANA'i?
So PÖLAMA LANA'i is a pretty broad company. We're fundamentally, we're the asset manager for Larry Ellison on Lanai. We're involved in things such as conservation, cultural and historic preservation. We own a water company there. We own a grocery store, hotels. We are also have residences for workforce. So it's a pretty broad spectrum of activities that we do on Lanai.
And how long have you been with the company?
I've been working since its inception. So since late 2012, so 10 years now.
And what work did you do before you joined PÖLAMA LANA'i?
So prior to joining the company, I was, well, this is actually my second time through working on Lanai. I had been employed by the previous landowner. So I was there during the transition from pineapple into hospitality, and did that for about 10 years. I left and I moved to the Big Island, and I worked for the Maunalani Resort, and spent almost 10 years there, and moved to Kauai. Worked for the, it was Alexander and Baldwin development called Kukui'ula, and was there for about 8 years before coming back and taking on this responsibility now.
And we're going to put up on the screen an image of the area. And what I'd like is if you could share with us a little bit about the vision of PÖLAMA LANA'i and how this project fits into that vision.
Sure. So our vision for the island is to create an island that is self-sustaining and resilient, and is a place where current and future residents can thrive in many different ways. This project, or the MIKI Basin, this 200 acres that we're requesting comes from the community plan that was adopted back in 2016. So one of the first things that I had to work on when I started working for the company was the community plan. And we were the first community in Maui to go through the revised process for the county of Maui.
And you talked to us a little bit about the need to diversify the economy and where an industrial park fits into that vision.
So this was talked about in the community plan process, how important it was, because Lanai doesn't have land that is designated light industrial or heavy industrial outside of Lanai City. So it was important to have land available and also have it positioned in a location that was appropriately buffered.
And Along those same lines, a portion of this project, a substantial portion, has been identified for renewable energy. You talked to us a little bit about the role of renewable energy in the vision for Lanai.
Yeah, so I think you saw on the slide that Dr. Dansel had shared, there's a significant portion of this project that is slated for renewable energy. Lanai is a small grid consumption-wise, and we could easily be powered by renewable energy. And this park is critical step to achieving that. So we need to have the properly zoned land in the amount of acres that we're requesting so that we can have a renewable energy project that can sustain us today as well as into the future.
And is the project anticipated to lower energy costs for residents?
Yes, so Lanai has the highest energy rates in the state. So having a renewable energy project would substantially lower the cost of energy for residents. And the other thing that it would do is actually make the rates more predictable, more stable. So instead of seeing the rates swing as we've seen it do over the last couple of years, as oil prices soared, residents would be able to have more predictable rates for like a 30-year period.
And just coming back to a comment you'd made about diversification and the need for industrial space, is it anticipated that this project would meet the current light and heavy industrial needs for Lanai as well as anticipated growth of those uses?
Right, it will. So, so currently there are activities that are scattered throughout the island, and this development could capture some of those. It could also make available land for uses that we currently don't have today. Some uses that we need to have, and some maybe that would add to the economy of the island, but would also be compatible with the sense of place and the lifestyle there today.
And so, Kurt, building on that, if we thought about first heavy industrial uses, what kinds of heavy industrial uses do we anticipate being located in the project area?
So right now, one of the uses that we currently have on the island is this concrete crushing. We crush concrete, we make our own concrete, and we make our own asphalt on the island currently. And we would relocate that activity into this MIKI Basin site. So that's one of the larger activities that would take place there in this project. And turning from heavy to light, what kinds of light industrial uses do you anticipate in the project area? So we could imagine things like warehouse space. Because of the activities that we do, we have really been needing to generate more warehouse storage space. So these are more benign types of activities. We also need more cold storage facilities. We could imagine seeing things like food processing, places where people could do value-added work to food items. So those are the examples, just a few examples of things that could happen in the light industrial area. And you'd mentioned the importance of sustainability and resiliency for the island. How does the project incorporate those values? So, first of all, on Lanai, we have a lot of activities going on today that are related to conservation, and they incorporate things like protecting endangered birds, plants, invertebrates. We have one of the largest predator-proof enclosures going up in the state right now. We have a project that we're doing with the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation that will end up fencing off about 25% of the island on the windward side. We have activities that are focused on keeping invasive species from entering the island. We have a quarantine zone. So those are the types of activities that we already have today. So for this project, some of the things that we would be able to do, we would try to ensure to the extent that is practicable or feasible, activities that would be energy efficient, conserve water, and be respectful of the land and the culture that already exists there today.
And so you mentioned water conservation, and I wondered if you could just briefly touch on the broader efforts related to reuse of water and water conservation.
So in the 10 years that have passed, we've been implementing a lot of capital investment projects related to water. A lot of it has been focused on conserving water. So we've invested a lot in the infrastructure, replacing aging pipes that were leaking. We completely renovated the golf course irrigation system. We've also managed to install smart meters for all customers on the island. So now we are well equipped to identify where leaks are occurring, and residents can be made aware as well. They can see the results on their phone. And we've seen the results. We've seen the improvement in the amount of loss or unbillable water on Lanai.
And Kurt, have the agencies that have reviewed this project been supportive?
Yes. So we have the support from the county and the state. And we have some conditions that we have acknowledged and have agreed to.
Okay, and those would be the 11 conditions that we discussed and resolved with the county and the state.
Correct.
Kurt, any closing comments you wanted to share with the commission?
Yeah, so I just want to say thank you again for your time and your service. And please know that this is a really important project for the island. It's a step forward for the residents, and I hope that you'll look favorably upon our petition.
Thank you, Kurt. Chair, I have no further questions.
Just to clarify, Mr. Chip Chase, what is the type of testimony Dr. Danza will be providing versus what we've just heard? I'm trying to figure out where to ask my questions.
Dr. Dancel will provide more detailed information with respect to the project and some of the technical reports that have been reviewed. Mr. Matsumoto was offered to provide an overview for the commission of the project and where it fits into Pulama Lanai's vision, as well as talk about some of the other efforts that we were or are engaged in with respect to conservation.
So I was a bit surprised that in the overview, there was no mention of housing. Will that be addressed by Dr. Dancel?
If you're referencing the Hokuau project, I hadn't specifically intended to ask her to comment on that, but I'm happy to do so.
Very well. Why don't you plan on that?
Will do, Chair.
So we'll proceed with cross-examination of the witness. County, do you have any questions?
No questions, Chair.
State, do you have any questions?
Thank you.
This is Brian Yee speaking.
Yeah, Deputy Attorney General Brian Yee, on behalf of OPSD. The Lanai Water Company, what is the relationship of the Lanai Water Company to Pulama Lanai?
So Lanai Water Company is a subsidiary of PÖLAMA Lanai or Lanai Resorts LLC. They are the entity that services the clients on the island. And they are the ones responsible for the distribution and the billing.
And which company is responsible for wastewater on the island of Lanai?
So primarily, the wastewater is managed by the County of Maui. The wastewater treatment plant in Lanai City is the county's. We have a tertiary water treatment facility connected to that. At the Maneli Resort, we are the owner and we contract out the operation of the wastewater facility for the resort there.
And if you know, what percentage of the privately held land on Lanai is held by PÖLAMA Lanai or its subsidiaries or related companies?
It's approximately 97 or 98% of the island.
Does that include 98% of the entire island or just 98% of the privately held land?
Of the entire island.
Adjacent to this particular petition area, what are the one of the adjacent lots is held by, is it HECO?
Correct.
Is the airport adjacent to this petition area?
It is very close to this area.
The other property surrounding the petition area is owned. Is there any other property surrounding the petition area that is not owned by PÖLAMA Lanai?
No, there is not.
So if there are any impacts to neighboring properties, it's really the only other property owners would be HECO and the Department of Transportation.
That's correct.
Okay. Not to say that it couldn't impact other places on the island, but I'm just looking for the adjacent properties. So for purposes of noise, for example, the only impacts you would be worried about at the moment would be the airport and the electrical facility.
That would be correct.
Okay. The proposal you have submitted, when do you anticipate that the 26 acres for new light and heavy industrial uses would begin to be either rented or leased or sold?
It's hard for me to say exactly. We have an adjacent 20 acres that we are currently using, and we are going through a process to have it subdivided, and we will be placing some lots for sale in that area. We already have interest in some parties to move into that area. So we'll have to see whether there's enough interest there that would force us to move into the 26 acres adjacent.
The information that I have looked at suggests that you would be beginning this after 10 years. Are you saying that it'll occur before 10 years?
As I said earlier, I'm not sure. It could, but we don't anticipate it. But if activities on the island were to evolve quicker than we had anticipated, then we would need to start activity in that 26 acres.
The petition suggests that the new light and heavy industrial uses will constitute 26 acres, and you just referenced the 20-acre parcel. Do you anticipate that there'd be another landowner that would be leasing out or selling separate parcels within those 20 acres to other parties?
So within the 20 acres, there's about 10 acres that will be available to other parties. Could someone come in and purchase a lot and then lease it to someone else? It's not something that we would be in favor of. So if we're going to be putting those lots up for sale, we want to have the purchaser have an activity in that area.
Actually, my question was really more directed to the possibility of whether you're looking at selling property to a third party who would then subdivide further and lease out to other parcels. Is that something in a business paradigm you're looking at?
No.
Okay. So your intention is to lease or sell individual lots to people who are going to use that lot for themselves?
Correct.
So when we looked at the proposal, one part is the concrete and asphalt plan, right?
Yes,
And that's proceeding, I understand, is that right?
that's correct.
Okay. A second part is 127 acres for solar energy facility, correct?
Yes.
We have seen other solar energy facilities that have PUC approval, but just never got developed for various reasons. Are there any kind of assurances or information you can provide the commission to let them know that this facility will be built?
So in 2020, HECO put out an RFP for the Lanai grid, and it was to have a 95% solution, solar PV and battery storage energy solution for Lanai. So that process, as far as I know, is very close to being concluded. So it is something that is imminently possible.
Who will be financing the construction of the solar energy facility?
Well, if HECO were to follow through with the RFP, then it would be a third-party developer that ends up funding that.
So would that be a partnership between PÖLAMA Lanai and the third-party developer?
In that instance, no.
Okay. Does PÖLAMA Lanai have a third party that it intends to work with to develop this 127 acres?
If we were in a position to be responsible for all of the energy on Lanai, then we would be working with a third party to actually implement PV and battery. But currently, we're not in that position.
So it's all dependent on HECO's decision to move forward.
Correct.
Do you have any information that you can provide to assure the commission that it will move forward?
Other than what I've already shared, I don't have anything else substantial that I can put forward.
The construction of the solar energy facility appears to be independent of the asphalt and concrete batching plant development. Is that right?
That's correct.
It would also be independent of the new light and heavy industrial uses on 26 acres. Is that also correct?
That's correct.
Would the asphalt and concrete batching plant similarly be independent of the 26-acre new light and heavy industrial uses?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with the term backbone infrastructure?
No.
Okay. When I'm referring to backbone infrastructure, I'm referring to the main roadway with the associated utilities generally under the roadway,
Okay.
water, electricity, wastewater.
Okay.
Will you be constructing the backbone infrastructure as needed for the concrete and asphalt plant?
Yes.
Do you know if there's going to be backbone infrastructure needed for the solar energy facility?
I'm sure there's going to be something that's needed. One of the reasons why that location was chosen is because there already is an interconnect to the HECO facility there. So I know that would be one of the key considerations.
Do you know who's going to be responsible for that backbone infrastructure?
As far as I know, it would be HECO.
Who do you anticipate would be responsible for the backbone infrastructure for the new light and heavy industrial uses on 26 acres?
I would think that would be us.
You described a variety of potential uses on these 26 acres. I take it, however, you're not willing to commit as to what actually is going to be built there. Is that right?
Correct.
Since we don't know what will be built there, would you similarly be unprepared to discuss the mitigation measures to ensure there's no hazardous waste or et cetera that would leak from any particular parcel?
Well, right, not knowing exactly what types of activities, but as I stated earlier, we would do things that to ensure that we would have protections in place. Things, so long as they were, practicable, feasible types of conditions upon a tenant, we would work to ensure that they would not do things that would harm the environment or any adjacent lands.
Will you require your tenants to utilize best management practices to ensure no environmental harm?
Yes.
At the time the EA, I think the final EA was accepted, do you recall a representation being made regarding water use for this petition area?
I don't recall specifically, but yes, I remember that there was a bit of discussion around that topic.
I can remind you, but I don't want to prompt you if you don't want to. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, are you prepared to make that representation again today? But if you don't remember the representation, I'm happy to prompt you on it.
Yeah, so I don't remember specifically what I said, but I can tell you what I have been testifying to in other cases, but we don't anticipate a lot of water use there because the types of activities that we envision for that location are inherently very low water users. So like I mentioned earlier, big warehouse space, solar and PV, I mean, they consume no water, right? So I think the water use would be negligible in that area.
But as you said, you don't know what's going to go on the 26 acres for lead and heavy industrial uses, right?
We don't. But then being the owner, and we can also review what types of uses are going to be requested in that area.
My recollection is there was a representation that you would limit your water use to the amount identified in the EIS.
Which we are committed to doing that.
So I guess that's my question. Are you willing to represent to the commission today that you will limit the amount of water used, however it's used, to the amount identified in the EIS?
Yes.
The EIS has a variety of mitigation. Actually, it describes both the impacts and the mitigations from the project. Do you remember that?
Not specifically.
Generally, I'm saying, do you remember that the EIS has an executive summary that says, here's the existing conditions, here's the impact for the project, here are the mitigation measures?
No, I don't remember that.
Okay. I guess then tell me if you can answer this question. Would you be prepared to represent to the commission that of the mitigation measures identified in the EIS or EA, that you will either perform those mitigation measures, equivalent mitigation measures, or better mitigation measures?
Yes, I'm fine with committing to that.
Those are all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yee. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Kahele.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Matsumoto, Mel Kahele from Honolulu. I got a question. During the construction of this project, how many jobs are you going to be providing for the residents of Lanai? Or is it going to be outsourced to people from outside Lanai?
So it depends on the activity, Commissioner. A lot of the work that we do today on Lanai, so for example, the site civil work that would need to be to start the project. Some of that work is done by residents of Lanai. Some require more specialized skills. And in those cases, we bring in people from outside of Lanai. But, excuse me. So when it comes to construction projects, we have our own construction company, Lanai Builders, and we employ just under 50 people. And they would be involved in some of the work for these projects. But what we're hoping is residents may not be directly involved, say, in the installation of PV and battery project, but they would be trained to then be part of the management of that facility. So longer term, jobs would be available, not just during the construction phase.
So how many jobs are we looking at during the construction? 60, 70, 20?
It's hard for me to say. I think that's generous in terms of the site, because like moving the concrete plant is not going to take that many people. Installing the PV and battery farm, most of the time the site is doesn't require heavy grading. So I don't think it's going to be employing all that many people. The rock and concrete plant that we operate right now, once it's moved, we employ in that department about 24 people.
What's the current Lanai population?
As I recall, it's a little over 3,200.
What's the unemployment rate?
The last time I looked, I think it was under 5%.
So you don't have a number or a percentage of how many local people living on Lanai is possibly going to be employed during the construction period. Do you have an idea of how many people are going to be possibly employed living on Lanai that's going to be employed after the project gets completed?
So I would imagine that the PV farm will need to employ, less than a dozen people. I mean, the utility right now, I don't think they even have a dozen employees. As I mentioned, the rock and concrete operation that is responsible for the concrete and the asphalt, they employ about 2 dozen, and those are all Lanai residents.
So we don't have a number
Well,
or
not
percentage.
not during the construction phase, but I would say, you know, it's a small number of people that will be actually directly working in that site. And that's because of the types of activities that you're talking about.
Once it's completed, Mr. Ellison or someone there that's going to be in control or managing the project, are they looking at possibly training people living on the island to be able to work in the field of, solar energy?
So
All of these people going to be brought in from off island?
yeah, Commissioner,
I'm just curious.
yeah, I appreciate the question. So I can give you an example. So we are in the process of building homes, and the project name is Hokuao. All of the homes will have solar shingles and batteries for storage. These homes are going to be off grid. We are responsible for maintaining all of those homes. So yes, we have to train people in that technology because that knowledge doesn't exist today. So the same can happen if a large solar PV and battery farm is located in this site, then people on Lanai also can be trained for that.
In your the final environmental assessment, you did mention about after the project's completed, we're looking at 60 jobs. Is that accurate?
Well, those are based on foundational studies. I hope that will come true. And if the entire site is used, I would imagine that type of employment levels are not all that far-fetched. Currently, we have operations, as I said, in an adjacent site. We have a warehouse operation there. So aside from the concrete batch plant and the asphalt plant, we have warehouses, and that department employs about a dozen people. And that's on only, I think it's only on like five or 6 acres. And then adjacent to that, we have our base of operations for the Lanai builders. And as I mentioned, we're employing just under 50 people under that operation already.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Ohigashi. Look, I'll go here first. Left to right.
Mr. Matsumoto, what was the reason for getting a special use permit for 14.5 acres, given the fact that you are coming here for district boundary amendment?
Yeah, I can defer to
Dr. Dancel will address that question, Commissioner.
Well, I would think the president would know the reason, not the technical. I mean, I'm just curious, why wouldn't the president know the reason for it?
I'll invite the president to.
I'm just curious.
So the site currently is where we have our the concrete batch plant and the asphalt plant. And so we needed to be able to move that from a different location. And so we needed a special use permit to do that.
And why was the move necessary?
When we purchased the island, there were some activities that were not, I'm searching for the proper term.
Non-conforming.
They were non-conforming uses. And so we were trying to get things into compliance.
Were you threatened with fines from the county or because they were a non-conforming use? Was a non-conforming use?
No, it was the right thing to do. You know, upon recognizing that these uses were non-conforming, we did what we could in as timely as a manner to bring them into compliance.
And that was after 10 years of you're taking over that this happened.
It was during the period. So as we're working, we're learning and we discover things.
It was on March 16th, according to the letter that the Lanai Planning Commission granted the land use special use permit.
Commissioner, if I can just clarify a technical issue, they were non-conforming in the sense of not compliance. Well, and that's not.
Who's speaking, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. This is Cal Chip Chase. Non-conforming in the sense of differing from the current land use structure in part, but that doesn't necessarily mean in violation of it. They were grandfathered uses. And this special permit was simply an effort to move the stockpiling over to a location that is permitted for it under the SP in anticipation of the district boundary amendment, which involves not only the proceeding before this body, but also securing a rezoning so that we could relocate that stockpiling under the SP as quickly as possible.
Is the SP for 5 years?
You have Exhibit 20. (2027).
So would it be fair that if for some reason that the Land Use Commission does not grant the DBA, that you will be removing, they'll be negating the necessity for the SP, or will you continue to do the work on the SP?
If the Land Use Commission chooses not to approve, then yeah, we'd have to search for another solution. That activity is tied to work on the island. So the choice would be stop and lay people off or find another solution.
How much is it only being used for storage of concrete things at this present, or is it actually breaking ground for a concrete batch plant?
So that particular site is just storing concrete right now, but adjacent to it, we do have the batch plant in operation. But
Which is grandfathered in as a non-conforming use. Is that what it is?
Right. So then once we get your approval, and then we then have to seek approval again from the county. Once we obtain that, then we can move it.
So wouldn't it be fair to say that as a non-conforming grandfathered use, that our failure to grant a DBA would not affect the jobs that are being done on the concrete batching plant? Is that right?
It would, because the batch plant is located inside of the 20-acre site. And as part of a condition, we have to sell those lots that the batch plant is located on right now. So in order to be in compliance with all the different things that are happening there in the MIKI Basin, If we don't receive approval, then yeah, we would have to shut that down.
The other question that I had was that, has there been an economic study expressing a demand for an industrial area on the line?
Yes, Commissioner, as part of the EA. I'm sorry, again, Chair, this is Cal Chip Chase. As part of the EA, the economic study was presented to the commission. Dr. Dancel can go into that in more detail if you'd like.
Okay, I just was curious because I don't recall that. Perhaps my old age follows my memory.
I would never make that claim, Commissioner.
The other question that I have is that it's in the county's position statement, and I'm reading on from page number 3. It says that it talks about the total demand for Lanai as of August 2021 was 1.51 MGD, and a total full build out of the water demand for the MIKI Basin Industrial Park is estimated at 0.159 MGD. Other proposed projects estimated to be at another 2.26 MGDV to the total demand. The total forecast is estimated at 1.936 MGD, below the 4.3 million gallon trigger for. And what the next paragraph though says that, however, your water master study plan found there's insufficient well pump capacity to meet the needs of the project at full build out, and recommended the development of a new well. Can you tell me what your company is doing to meet the demand or the lack of water, the potential lack of pumping?
Sure.
Availability?
Yes, yeah. So Commissioner, we are in fact studying different locations to create new wells in order to match the demand in the future.
And would there be more explanation coming forward about this area?
So Commissioner, Dr. Dancel will cover the technical reports in more detail, but in addition to that, if you have specific questions with respect to well siting or location or infrastructure, Tom Nance with Tom Nance Water Resources is here, as well as Ken Kawahara with Akinaka.
More interestingly, my question is that what efforts are you making sure to coincide the development of water resources, your pumping availability with the development of this? And that's essentially my question. So I want to make sure that we're not taking away water from some people to give to others.
Understood. Cal Chip Chase, Chair here. Dr. Dancel will cover exactly that, Commissioner.
So I should wait on that.
If you would.
And I noticed that there's an emphasis a lot from everyone about conservation of water supplies and a concern as to whether or not the sustainable yield from the water from the aquifers that are available will be. What future studies, because will be made for the purposes of determining what the yield should and can be, and to try and get the most updated information. If you know when was the last study and what studies you intend to do to make sure that there will be sufficient sustainable yield, because the way I read some of the material, it seems as though that we're entering a severe drought or dry period, and that the recharging of the aquifer may become an issue.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, seaworm is responsible, and they already have been reviewing not just LANA, but the whole state, looking at different USGS climate models. And I believe they are coming up with, I think, recommendations for the future.
It's okay to say that, Doctor, that's how we can address that better than perhaps. Is that
Dr. Densel can address it, yes.
So I'm sure she's taking notes right now on my question, so she'll be responsive. And the last is just a comment. The comment is just this. It's just the situation on LANA is that it is one big company, and it's a very difficult it's a very difficult thing to measure because the exact thing about the batching plan comes up. One area plan for something that you have commitments on affects another area that you have that the same company has. And it's trying to juggle that and try and make a this commission trying to make a determination. And like, it's not a good thing or bad thing. It's just the thing that's the situation. So my questions are not pointed against the company or anything like that. My questions are just trying to get a handle on what I view as important issues.
I see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Staying on my left, Commissioner Okuda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Following up on Commissioner Ohigashi's questions, and council can respond to it if council believes that it's more appropriate. This goes back to a comment I made when we were considering whether to accept the environmental assessment. I heard today testimony about a vision regarding Lanai and how this MIKI Basin project fits in that vision. If we're talking about a project which fits in a larger vision, aren't we required by the Hawaii Supreme Court, and specifically that Sierra Club versus Department of Transportation, 115 Hawaii Reports 299, better known as the Super Ferry #1 case, aren't we required actually to have a full-on EIS to evaluate the entire vision, especially, to emphasize some words that Commissioner Ohigashi said? If we have one big owner owning an entire island, shouldn't this go through a process where we follow a legal process set out by the environmental impact statement law that encourages community participation? I recognize there's the Lanai community plan, but are we now kind of stepping over the line where now that we're talking about fitting in a bigger vision, we should have an EIS before we move forward?
I'll take that because it is a legal question.
Yeah.
Not at all, Commissioner. I mean, two reasons. And the first one is the easiest to explain. The EA was approved as the final form by this commission earlier this year, and it was published and no challenge was made to it. So the environmental review process for this project is definitively, conclusively over. There's nothing more to do in terms of environmental review or that would be appropriate for this project because that FEA was accepted by this body, was published in accordance with the rules, and no challenge to it was made, and the challenge period has long since expired. So that is the environmental review for this project. But coming back to the underlying question, which is something that you and I did talk about at length when the FEA was before this body for approval, the testimony that Mr. Matsumoto offered today about the vision is the same testimony he offered when we reviewed the FEA. And the word vision is important because it's distinguished from what the law actually looks at, which is two things. One is a project, which is a discrete undertaking, and that is what we have here. The second is a program under the administrative rules, which are 11-200.1-2, is a series of projects that have a relationship, a connection under a general timeline to be accomplished, right? It's a very technical understanding. We overlay that with the Hawaii Supreme Court's very clear direction that if a project standing alone has independent utility, it need not be connected to a broader program. That's exactly what we have here and why this body was comfortable approving the FEA earlier this year. We have a standalone project. We have a discrete undertaking with independent utility. That independent utility is most obviously to fulfill the Lanai Community Plan, which for 6 years now, coming up on 7, has designated this area for industrial park. We're fulfilling that vision, the community's vision for this area through this project, which has that independent utility. The second part of that independent utility are those specific uses that we have talked about today. Keep in mind, for a 200-acre park, right, 200-acre industrial park, most of the uses are already identified. We have 26 acres that allow for current mixed and anticipated future growth of that area. So in advancing this project, we're not only consolidating existing uses, which are currently located in different areas, we're, in addition to that, providing a substantial amount of renewable energy for Lanai residents and anticipating both the current industrial uses, as Mr. Matsumoto talked about, sort of consolidating what may be not always permitted uses, and I don't mean by PÖLAMA, but by the community in residential neighborhoods into an area that is better suited for them and anticipating the ability to grow those uses in the future. All of those independent utilities, all of that, those elements make up that independent utility. In the super ferry case, a very different situation. There, the infrastructure that needed to be improved could be exempted from environmental review under standing exemptions available through the agencies and published with OEQC. But the reason for that improvement was this broader super ferry project that was going to ferry people and cargo and trucks and things in between the islands. You could not look at the dock and evaluate the exemption in isolation. You had to look at the dock in connection with why it was being improved. Here, when we did the EA, we didn't just look at the road. The expansion of the road was the only trigger, the only reason any environmental review was necessary is expanding a public road. We didn't just look at that road, which you would say has no impact at all possible, and we would be entitled to an exemption.
Okay.
We didn't do
Yeah,
that.
Mr. Chief Justice, I think we understand each other on that. I just raised that concern, and I'm not saying I'm correct because, you know, I was the lone vote against allowing PÖLAMA Lanai to take water from the high-level aquifer, and the Hawaii Supreme Court said I was wrong and everybody else was right. So I'm not saying my view is always right. But so let me ask a follow-up question with respect to questions that Commissioner Kahele asked. And I'm not advocating violating anyone's constitutional right to travel or anything like that. But maybe Mr. Matsumoto can answer this question. And I do recognize Mr. Matsumoto is has deep family roots in Lanai. So I'm not intending this at all to be an insult to him or anything like that. But can you tell us what efforts, if any, is PÖLAMA Lanai doing to prevent these projects, which if we decide are good projects moving forward, it actually ends up being a magnet for maybe those of us from Oahu coming into the community in Lanai and having people from Oahu just overrun Lanai and pushing the longtime Lanai residents out of jobs which maybe initially people were intending for. What's the assurance that, again, without violating anyone's constitutional right to travel, what's the assurance or program does the company have so that we don't see suddenly a whole bunch of transplanted people like us from Oahu ending up crowding out people on Lanai?
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. So there's a lot of efforts that we make to try to educate people on the island and get them better prepared. And it starts from like in the high school level. So for the last 6-7 years, we've been funding dual college credit program on the island. And we have really good results, seeing like greater than 50% of the classes participating in this program. Even having students that graduate with their associate's degrees. And then on the adult level, we just got done having 3 employees in our facilities maintenance department receive certificate programs in HVAC. Prior to that, we had 0 people trained to work on HVAC on the island. So there's efforts like that we're doing to try to make sure that our current employees are as prepared as possible for whatever types of jobs can come up in the future. I mentioned earlier that we have to get people trained up because we're going to be responsible for taking care of those PV panels on all these homes that we're building. So in addition to that, you know, these are our employees, these are our neighbors. These are Larry's neighbors. The owner lives there on the island now. So yeah, there is a very strong commitment to making sure that we're doing what we can to benefit residents.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto. Thank you, Mr. Chase. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Larry means Mr. Ellison.
I'm sorry, yes, Mr. Ellison.
Commissioners on my right, any questions? Commissioner Chang.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Matsumoto.
Good morning.
Thank you so much for being here. I have some questions involving sort of kind of broader questions that I'm hoping that you can address. Where do I start? You know, you talked about a vision. So one, I want to know, how do you engage the community? I know that in the past, Len McQuarrie has been part of your presentation team, and you've had, you know, she's talked about community engagement. Because with this EA project, it doesn't require a public hearing, unlike if it was an EIS. So in the past, when we had issues involving LANA, we'd have a room full of people, and we don't have one here. So I'm not too sure you're doing a really good job on community engagement, or nobody knows what you're doing on Lanai. So sort of tell me, what is your community engagement process for example, a project like this?
So we have been having regular community meetings once a month. And that practice goes back to when you mentioned Lynn McCrory. So it dates back years. This isn't just a recent thing. And we continue to do this even during the COVID lockdowns, and we made things available via video. And we have really good participation in that video forum. And then we also try to do smaller meetings now that we can meet in person. So we'll go to churches and different community groups to talk to people. Every month, these are subject oriented. So the topic of MIKI Basin was covered already. We covered it before even the this body had reviewed the environmental impact statement. So it's a regular practice that, and a lot of people have become regular participants now because of that. In addition to that, we do a lot of internal work with our staff in terms of having smaller meetings and Q&A sessions to talk about various projects that we're doing on the island. We also have a community liaison, someone who is born and raised on the island, was part of the faculty of Lanai High School. And this person is actually engaged in whether it be one-on-one conversations with residents who have questions or concerns to facilitating meetings, whether it's with myself or with Dr. Dansel, or depending on the topic, can be even with our project management team.
Okay, thank you. And that's very helpful to put in context, because like you said, 3,200 people, your island is even smaller. We always say in Hawaii, right? It's a small community. You know everybody. You literally know everybody on your island. So I appreciate you explaining your outreach program and your process. There have been, you've mentioned numerous times about when questions have been asked about, lease and how do you know that people, what kinds of tenants you'll have? And I think your response was, well, we're going to review all of those. Pūlama Lanai is very uniquely situated. You own 97% of the island. So you do control literally what, who can have a lease, who can't have a lease, what kind of activities are there. So how are you ensuring that there's equal opportunities that, how'd I say, lack of better words, the only thing that comes to my mind is Big Brother. It's to a certain extent, Pūlama Lanai, like I said, you can decide, you can look at a tenant or a proposed use and say, no, that's not compatible. But how do you promote diverse economic opportunities for the broader island to ensure diversity, to ensure that residents have an equal opportunity to participate and get access to a lease, even if it may not support a Pūlama Lanai activity, but they're doing other activities. How do you ensure there's broader economic opportunities for your community?
So we have ownership of the majority of the commercial spaces on the island. And we have leases with residents on the island. Some are families that go back a couple of generations. It is challenging to find people who are interested, capable of owning and managing a business. So whenever some of the businesses that are in existence today come to us and tell us that they're thinking of retiring, it's really challenging to go through a process to try to find people who might be willing or able. So our process in that sense is pretty simple. We just try to knock on doors, go to the most likely candidates and just see, this is coming up, are you interested? At the same time, we also try to look at people who are applying for leases, and if it, just like any other owner, if it's not feasible, if they're not capitalized well, or they don't have a very good business plan, we have to be straightforward and honest with them about it. But then in most cases, the property would go without a tenant. So we're in a position where we're not aggressively trying to fill space just to fill space with tenants. we're trying to look at how we can create some kind of a balance in the community and also still provide, good lifestyle options, something that would help with people's quality of life on the island.
Let me try to ask you a specific example. For example, you said PÖLAMA has a building company. Do you have competition? Do you take competitive bids for construction activities on Lanai, or do you always go to PÖLAMA Lanai, your building company?
Excuse me. For the properties that we own, we automatically just go to our company to be the general contractor, but then we sub out a lot of work. So for example, we use a local plumber on the island. If we had a local electrician, we'd use that person or company as well. So we try our best to use what's there. There are other contractors on the island. So when residents need work to be done, we're not necessarily the go-to, and we don't try to take that business.
So, okay. I'm hoping that part of your vision for Lanai is competitive economic opportunity, and it's not just PÖLAMA Lanai's, other holding companies.
Exactly. We would love to see other entities develop so that we're not the only one there. Being in that role is no fun. That you have to solve every problem on the island.
I'm encouraged to hear that. Now this solar project, can you concretely tell me how are the residents going to benefit from this?
From having solar?
Yeah, I mean, how do they see their electric bills going down?
So it starts with just the fact that solar and battery storage would be on a cost basis able to produce energy for less than what it costs to burn diesel. So that would be the start of it. Then what follows is, as you may know, a lot of us get our bill and there's a surcharge in there. It's not the right term, but there's an additional fee that we pay, and that flexes according to the price of oil. So since 2021, that number has gone up substantially because the price of oil, the worldwide price of oil has gone up so much. So the base portion of it, once you convert to PV and battery, the only cost increases probably that would occur would be just the general operating costs, because we're not going to charge you more if the sun shines more, right? So
but does this go back to MIKO, or does,
that's correct. It would be the utility that would determine that, but it would also be PUC regulated.
But it's not a specific benefit for the Lanai residents. This would go back to MIKO, and MIKO, or okay, maybe Dr. Danza will be able to answer
when
that.
you say not benefit to the residents, how do you mean?
I mean a specific economic benefit where they will see their utility bill go down.
Yeah, they would see their utility bill go down.
More than just the difference on that surcharge?
Right, because the base, like I said, is less than it costs to burn diesel.
But will that be shared by all of the residents on the county of Maui, or is that specifically to Molokai?
Specifically to Lanai.
Okay. Sorry, I am not as Ma'a or Akamai on utilities, so I will defer to you on that. But I do want to know, because too often we have disenfranchised communities that are disproportionately impacted by renewable energy projects where they do not get any of the benefit, but they bear the burden. So I just want to make sure that there is going to be an economic benefit in the sense that the residents of Lanai will see their utility bills go down.
Yes.
You are sure. Now, you're talking about visioning. Does Pulama Lanai at some point in time envision having their own utility company, electrical utility company, since you own 97% of the island?
So it's something that we've talked about doing, but you know, again, it's all a matter of I guess whatever the circumstances at the moment would dictate. If HECO is doing a better job than we could ever do, then we wouldn't even engage in the thought process at all.
And I'm sure you will have conversations with the community as you proceed on that thought process.
Yeah, so we would share information, something as big as that. Yes.
And I'm not too sure if you'll be able to answer this or if Dr. Danso will, but I did review Sally Kay's submitted some comments. So did you respond to those comments, or and how have you addressed those?
I didn't see any.
Just a clarifying question, Commissioner. Are you talking about with respect to the EA or on the DBA?
Thought it was.
I understood there were no comments received, public testimony on the DBA.
Maybe it was the EA.
Was it?
Okay, and you did address those comments.
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay.
And went over that in detail.
Okay. Normally, I would have seen Ms. Kay or Robin Kay at one of our meetings. So
I believe she did testify at the EA
Okay.
hearing.
And what was her testimony? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
I think, Mr. Matsumoto, you have answered my questions. Yes, thank you. You have answered my questions. And you know, you are someone from Lanai who I know you have great aloha for the residents there. And I think Mr. Ellison obviously seems to have made a personal commitment to be a full-time resident. I would just, you know, hope that there is a commitment to, you know, creating economic opportunities for everybody on Lanai, and so that they stay there and they can compete with Pulama Lanai. Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your responses.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Chang. Anybody else at that end? So I have a few questions. We've been going an hour. I probably have 10 minutes at most. Shall we power through?
I'd say power through, Chair. At present, my redirect is about a minute.
I might affect that. You never know.
That's why I said at present, Chair.
So, Mr. Matsumoto, first of all, I want to thank you for taking this hearing seriously and bringing yourself and your team to Maui and the preparation that you've put forth to be prepared to answer our questions wherever they might come from. So it speaks to me personally how you've taken this matter seriously, and I want you to know I really appreciate it. I also think it's of great value that you've been at this for 10 years and you introduced yourself in the context of the vision that Pulama Lanai has for the island, and or at least for 98% of it. And that's where you're hearing questions from my fellow commissioners is about that vision. So I'm going to try to keep my questions for you at that level contextually. although I might have more detailed questions on the same subjects for Dr. Dancel. First of all, in terms of just to clarify, in terms of the PICO project for renewable energy, is Palama Lanai a bidder or part of a team that's bidding into a project into that RFP?
No, Commissioner, we're not.
So if HECO follows through with that project, it would be by a third party that has no affiliation with Palama Lanai.
That's correct.
Okay. It's come to general knowledge, at least it's in the newspapers and radio, that a good portion of the demand for electric power that is currently supplied by Maui Electric or Hawaiian Electric or whatever you want to call them is going to disappear as Palama Lanai takes more of its demand in-house.
Right.
In particular, the two hotels, which are large demand items. Do you personally see that having a direct effect on the size of the project that HECO would then build on this in terms of renewable energy?
This is just my amateur speculation, but yes, I think it would. It would probably make that project smaller.
I think it would. So is Palama Lanai you don't need to share the details of the discussions that might be going on, but are you in discussion with Hawaiian Electric or Maui Electric regarding your plans for in-house generation or off-grid generation that would affect the size of that project?
Yes, we are.
Is there anything you can share publicly about those discussions or feel comfortable sharing?
No, Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm not at liberty to discuss it in public.
I understand that. So, but the sequence of events is that there would be some understanding that's derived by HECO and yourselves, a mutual understanding, and then that in turn could affect the sizing of the project that HECO might actually build on that 126 acres?
Right, correct.
So hypothetically, if it results in a significant downsizing of that project, what would be your plans for that 126 acres because you no longer need it all?
Well, I think it's too early to speculate what's going to happen, Commissioner. Just in all due respect, I know you're very well versed in how the process would work. But we're just in a very early preliminary stage in talking with HECO. We merely sent them a letter of intent, and it was we still have to sit down and actually discuss it, and HECO still needs to study what the impacts are. So yeah, just I think it's a little too early to actually make statements about what will happen.
But you're in front of this commission today.
Yes.
Making the representation that the more than 60% of the petition area will be for renewable energy projects, specifically for photovoltaic.
That's
and yet
correct.
at the same time, you're saying it's a very good possibility that that project will be downsized because as a consequence of Palama Lanai taking its own initiative to generate its own power off grid.
So I understand where you're coming from with the question, but still, I think it's a little early to say that it's not going to occur. It could end up becoming the full-blown RFP as HECO had proposed. It's still too early in our discussions to actually say which way this is going to go.
So let's talk about it from a contingency point of view.
Okay.
Are you doing any contingency planning for the 126 acres for the potential eventuality that HECO could significantly downsize this project?
Yeah, very casually, we've looked at it as that we could actually.
If I might, Commissioner, not that I mean to cut this off, but I do, if I could just offer, this is
This is Mr. Chip Chase.
Mr. Chip
offering.
Chase
Okay.
offering that this is directly within Ms. Dansel's testimony.
Okay, I'll hold it there, but I just give you an idea, Dr. Dancel, where I want to go.
I think it's entirely appropriate, and I'll represent and she'll confirm as a factual matter that the 127 will remain in renewable energy, regardless of any downsizing of the HECO project.
Very good. Go back to visioning. I mentioned housing. What's the proximity of the closest housing to this project?
Maybe,
Existing or planned?
yeah, existing or planned, maybe a couple of miles.
So from and only my interest is noise. You heard Mr. Yee ask a question about noise. And in my experience, rock crushing and concrete making makes a good amount of noise. So what will you be doing to mitigate the noise potential impact on the housing?
Well, we only operate during the week and during daylight hours. We try to modernize the equipment as best as we can, but in truth, it really doesn't have a lot of noise impact outside of the zone that it's in. When you're driving up and they're doing that rock crushing activity, until you get really close, it's not that much of an imposition. You can't hear it from the homes.
Will you be putting any kind of a buffer, a tree line buffer or such around this particular activity, the crushing?
We don't plan to. We're trying not to use water as much as possible in that area.
So you mentioned water. Let's talk about water a little bit. I'll leave the noise aside for now. Again, back to your vision. And I'm not here to talk about specific quantities, but just in general, the use of water from the aquifer versus other potential. And going back again to your 10 years and the visioning you've done over that period. If I recall correctly, there was a point in time where PÖLAMA Lanai was pretty committed to a desalination project. So what changed, or what happened, or what did you learn that steered you to conclude? Was it pure economics? Was it availability of water? Was it, what changed to steer you from what sounded at the time a very strong commitment to a desalination project to where you are now, where it's not even mentioned?
So we did, in fact, Commissioner, apply for a special use permit. And as you may know, the investment in this type of technology is significant. It is more so on Lanai because there's not a lot of infrastructure on the island. So we would have to install so much equipment and so much distribution and storage. So during the process of applying for the special use permit, we tried our best to explain that capital investment is not something to be taken lightly. We requested 30 years for the special use permit. And we weren't given that amount. We were only given 15 years. And we had to explain that we can't rely on that because it's really hard to justify that type of investment and only have the ability to work on it for 15 years. But the most onerous condition that was applied to that permit was the day the plant started producing water, we would have to abandon, well, not abandon, but we would be denied the ability to pump groundwater for use in the Maneli Project District. And we felt that that was a punitive condition. So we chose not to move forward with that based on that condition.
Thank you for that explanation. In your original application or justification for moving forward at the time, and I recognize you've changed direction on that, but didn't PÖLAMA Lanai basically say that one of the reasons for moving forward with desalination was concern about the availability of groundwater for the build out vision for PÖLAMA Lanai?
Yes, it was, and we were hoping to use that as a supplemental source. But whether it was our approach to it or how we explained it, the members of the Planning Commission at that time, looked upon this as something they were uncertain about. They weren't sure. I don't think they were unsure about whether it would work. They were not sure whether it was going to be good for the island or not. So they wanted to limit the time that it was going to be in use. When they went through the process, I mean, at first it was just give them 2 years for the special use permit. And it was not understanding perhaps some of the things that we had implemented. One of the ways that we had proposed to dispose of the brine was not to pump it back in the ocean, but we were going to use wells to have it filter the brine before it went back into the ocean. But yeah, I think there was just a lack of trust back then.
Yeah, I was actually, for one, very excited about the project at the time. And was really excited about selling you more kilowatt hours to run it. Back to vision and ties to water a little bit. And I'm not looking for a real detailed explanation here, but at a very high level, at your level, can you give us an idea of the vision for farming, increasing agricultural production on the lands owned by PÖLAMA Lanai?
Sure. So with respect to water, conventional farming would not do well on Lanai because of the amount of water that it would require. So we've focused more on hydroponic farming.
Yes.
Which is capital intensive. So you have an upfront capital load when it comes to farming in this manner, but it consumes very little water.
Even though it's called hydroponic.
Yeah, it consumes very little water, and the productivity is 3 times what you get from growing in soil. You have also reliability. One of the main things that we learn from different wholesalers and restaurateurs is they want to buy local, but local's not reliable. And they have to have reliable. When they need certain kind of produce, they need it. And they can't just go out to their customer and say, well, sorry, your favorite dish isn't available today because XYZ farmer couldn't produce it. So reliability is really important. And hydroponic farming is reliable. It is, it just runs like a machine. And so far, we've had good success on Lanai. We have now about a little over 50 employees there. And hopefully we'll be able to expand in the future.
So I appreciate that. And my question was really driven by the question for water, and going back to where Commissioner Ohigashi and Commissioner Okuda were coming from, is that when an individual project comes before us and the water is an issue, the representation is often, this project will only use the amount of water that we said it would, and we're going to draw it from this aquifer or this well or whatever. But we're concerned that there are multiple projects within the confines of the land that is owned by the same developer or owner. So you've got the farming operation, the hotels operation, et cetera, et cetera. So it really would be helpful to us to have an understanding of that overall water picture as well, as in addition to just that of the specific project. So that's just a comment. I don't know if
Well, you know, just as a comment from me, we're acutely aware of that. And every decision that we make is based on whether we can not just afford it, but whether the water is available. So if we're asked to add a water feature,
yeah,
we have to, you know, here on Maui, it may not be as big of a deal, but we've got to look at it in fine-grained detail, because that's how well we have to manage our water consumption and manage the aquifer. So I understand the concern. In some cases, you know, maybe one owner is not related to the other and they're not really thinking big picture, but we cannot escape thinking big picture. We have to look at it every day.
and to the degree you can share that picture with us when you come forward for an individual project, we really appreciate it. My last area questioning, you talked a little bit about preserving the life in the land and the species that are there. Just a question of curiosity for me to start with. There's a renowned cat sanctuary in Lanai City. Is that do you own and operate, or is that a lessee of yours, or is that part of the other 2%?
It is operated by a nonprofit. So the same person that owns Pūlama Lanai happens to be the major benefactor of that nonprofit for the cat.
Mr. Ellison?
Right. So for the cat sanctuary. The cat sanctuary has other donors.
It does.
But Mr. Ellison picks up a lot of the operating costs, the day-to-day operating costs for the cat sanctuary, which has nearly doubled in size since I started.
Yeah, it's world renowned, I must admit. Is there a problem on the lands that you manage between feral cats and native birds?
Yeah, so there is one, but it has been severely reduced. Partly because of the cat sanctuary, but in due in large part to the work that we do. So we've been fencing, we've been laying out cat traps. Whenever we trap cats, we take them to the sanctuary. And that's part of the reason why the population's grown. We have records that go back.
Population of birds is growing, you say?
The population of cats in the sanctuary.
Sanctuary, okay.
But we have records that go back about 7 years now, and we can show the dramatic increase in the success of the seabirds because of all the cat trapping and the rat trapping that we have done. So it's a lot of man hours to go up into the mountain, set up all these traps, and the cat traps, especially because we have to have cameras on the traps, because we can't just leave the cat there. Once the cat is in the trap, you know, we have to have somebody go up and retrieve the cat right away. But we've been investing a lot in fencing, predator-proof fencing.
Predator-proof, yeah.
That would reduce the need for the manpower to go up on a regular basis. So we're looking forward to that being completed early next year. But we think that we've been told anyway that the colony there is one of the largest in Hawaii, in the state. We've even been doing some research into seeing, we think there's another endangered species on the island as well. The banded storm petrel. So So the trapping of the cats and the rats and the fencing, all that is paying off in visible ways in terms of the numbers.
Is there any issues in this regard on the subject petition property?
So we're always concerned about anything that adds to like lighting activities. But we don't anticipate having that kind of a problem in this MIKI Basin area. The adjacent landowner, which is the state on the airport side, has a bigger problem whenever it comes to that.
Yeah.
But all the activities will be very limited at night and don't need to be highly lit.
Thank you very much. I don't have any further questions. So commissioners, any follow-up? So we're ready for your 2 minutes.
Councilor Chase, and you may have added a minute. I'm not sure about that. I'll probably address most of that through Dr. Dansel, if it's okay. Kurt, I just wanted to cover a couple of things that I think are within your wheelhouse, as I think a commissioner said. And one is just putting this petition in context. So if the Land Use Commission approves the DBA, so first we had the community plan, and we had the environmental assessment. If the LUC approves the DBA, we go back to the county, right?
Right.
And that would be for rezoning.
Correct.
And will any use that is conducted within the petition area be consistent with county zoning?
Currently, you mean?
Well, with the rezoning, the new designation, assuming the county council approves it.
Yes.
And going back to a question that Mr. Yee asked earlier, is it anticipated that the uses within that project consistent with county zoning will also need county ministerial permits such as building and grading permits?
Yes, they will.
And will PÖLAMA ensure that it and any tenant or lessee fully comply with all mitigation requirements imposed by the county on those permits?
Yes, we would.
I wanted to just address one other question that a commissioner had, and that was with respect to economic benefit. And Commissioner, we will cover that a little more in detail with Dr. Dansel. But I wanted to talk specifically about PÖLAMA's relationship with the trade unions, because I know on the carpenter side, it's been a very robust and positive relationship. And I was hoping that maybe you could talk about the way in which that PÖLAMA has worked to ensure that there are good jobs for residents of Lanai in those trades and through the unions.
Sure. So we have I want to say unique agreement with the Carpenters Union in that it's called a wall-to-wall agreement. So the carpenters on any project has the authority to have all the trades, but it's limited to the homes that we build in Lanai City. But we have a long-standing relationship with the Carpenters Union. We also have, as you know, a very long-standing relationship with the ILWU. And they also are trying to change and encourage more of their membership to get into different trades positions on Lanai. So like the water company is with the ILWU, and we've been actively recruiting workers from within the younger workforce to become apprentices in the water company. In our facilities maintenance department, that are basically, they're like handyman jobs that have to cross over all different areas. We're doing the same thing. We're trying to get more apprentices involved because we have a lot of workers that are older and are going to be retiring soon. So we're actively working with both unions to keep people trained up. The Carpenters Union, I have to say, probably does one of the better jobs in terms of getting people into the union, getting them trained, progressively trained on a regular basis, and then promoted on to become journeyman carpenters. And they've done the best job in terms of doing that on Lanai. The number of employees that we have in the Lanai builder side has actually doubled over the last 10 years.
And do you anticipate continuing to employ people in those capacities and continuing to encourage good jobs for the local residents of Lanai?
Right. That's what we hope to do. And, if some of these activities that we're talking about today end up being more technology related jobs that require more training, we have funding that residents can tap into and take courses at the MAUI college, whether that be online or in person.
Thank you, Kurt. I have no further questions.
No further redirect. Thank you very much, Mr. Matsumoto.
Thank you, commissioners.
What's that? No, I don't want to go into this. We'll take a lunch break now. It's 11:50 by my watch. How about coming back at 12:30? Does that work for everyone?
Good with me, Chair.
And our goal is to adjourn by 3 o'clock today, so hopefully we can get to that point.
You know my over-under, Chair. I think I've stuck to it on my side of the testimony.
I'm not sure you have, actually.
Right.
Yeah, I had the over. I bet the over last night when I heard you were going for an hour and a half.
That explains the number of questions, Chair. Thank you.
We're adjourned till 12:30. 12:31, we're back on there.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Chip Chase, back to you with, I believe, your next witness who's already been sworn in. So you may proceed.
Very good, Chair. Our next witness is Dr. Keiki Pua-Dancel. Dr. Dancel, would you mind introducing yourself again?
Aloha Chair, aloha Commissioners. My name is Keiki Pua-Dancel. I'm the Senior Vice President for PÖLAMA Lanai. My area is Government Affairs and Strategic Planning.
And within that field for PÖLAMA Lanai, could you just summarize your responsibilities for us?
My primary responsibility is to oversee the project management for all of the permits and entitlements that PÖLAMA seeks on Lanai. I also direct the Cultural and Heritage Preservation team as well as the Community Development team. In addition, I work very closely with our Senior Vice President of Development and Construction to align our activities to achieve the vision for PÖLAMA Lanai.
And just for context, would you just summarize for us your educational background and some of your experience?
I have a PhD in chemistry from the University of California, San Diego, and an MBA from Harvard Business School. By taking the strong foundation of analytical skills to strategically analyze all of the different issues that come up in each of the different phases of the planning and permitting, I'm able to analyze, use that as a framework to analyze any of the issues that may come up. I have over 10 years of experience in business development, and in particular, my most recent job before joining PÖLAMA Lanai was the Director of Strategic Initiatives at Hawaiian Electric.
And Dr. Dancel, I wanted to start off your testimony by responding to some of the commissioner questions that at least I was able to jot down during our earlier witnesses' testimony. And one of them had to do with the housing on Lanai, in particular, the Hopewell project, which you and I worked on with this commission some time ago. Would you mind updating us on the status of that project?
Yes, we were actually here a year ago in November last year for our entitlement for our 201H Hopewell housing project. That is 150 home development, as you remember. 51% is affordable. We just held our lottery 2 weeks ago, and we plan on turning over the first set of homes, approximately 20 of those in the first quarter of next year.
And
just to clarify, it's 100% workforce housing.
Another question that had come up was with respect to community engagement. And I was hoping that you could take us through that portion of the environmental assessment that had reviewed the community engagement and then update that with the engagement on this DBA.
Yes, I can definitely do that. So
In the final EA, on page FEA REF 128, we go into extensive detail about the community engagement that took place. There are 10 Lanai Community Plan Advisory Council meetings, 4 Lanai Planning Commission meetings, and 3 Maui County Council meetings as part of the update to the Lanai Community Plan, in which the MIKI Basin area was slated to be heavy industrial and light industrial. In addition, we had a public hearing. It wasn't a public hearing, it was a public presentation before the Lanai Planning Commission, in particular about the EA for this project. We responded to all of the public comments. As you can see up on the screen there, the final environmental assessment was published on March 8th, and it was approved by this body in February of this year.
And of course, there was a public hearing on that FEA as well.
There was a public hearing on that FEA.
In anticipation of the DBA, did Pūlama Lanai comply with all of the publication and notification requirements in the rules?
Yes, we did.
And was the DBA also circulated to all the agencies as required under the code?
Yes, the DBA was circulated to all the agencies, and it was submitted to the Land Use Commission on June 7th.
Okay. Another commissioner question that I jotted down that I'm hoping you can help us with is the discussion of the area that's been slated for renewable energy project. And in particular, I wanted you to confirm for us that if the size of the anticipated HECO project does not use all 127 acres, that area will still be used for renewable energy.
I can confirm that that area, the 127 acres, will be used for renewable energy projects as described in our application.
And a question came up with respect to noise, and I just had a couple of things that I wanted to note for the commissioners through your testimony. One is approximately how far away is Lanai City from the project area?
Lanai City is approximately 3 miles away.
And was noise assessed in the environmental assessment?
It was assessed in the environmental assessment, in particular on page 27 of the final environmental assessment.
And as part of the environmental assessment, just running down to my next set of questions, was a market assessment prepared?
Yes, a market assessment was prepared in the final EA.
And I believe that's Appendix A.
Subject to check, I'm looking right now. Yes, it is.
And the last set of questions that at least I took down were with respect to water and sort of a comprehensive look before the commission on not only the particular project, but proposed or anticipated projects and their impact. Were anticipated future projects assessed as part of the environmental assessment?
Yes, potential future projects were assessed during the final environmental assessment.
And I believe that discussion begins on page 38, and then on page 45, there's a table specifically covering other permitted and proposed projects.
That is confirmed. On page 45, we do discuss not just the current pumpage, but this project and future uses.
Okay. If could then come back to your testimony. We talked about the completed environmental assessment. We put the timeline up on the screen. We talked about the publication and the filing of the DBA. I was hoping you could orient us back to the location of the project as you did sort of at the beginning of the day.
Yes, if I may direct you to the screen, and I will be using a green pointer. So here's Lanai, and in red here where my pointer is the project area in red. I also have it outlined in red here. I want to note the about approximately 3 miles away. This is Lanai City. And then in the farthest background, we have Sensei Retreat. In addition, we are adjacent to the Lanai Airport right here. And then I believe Mr. Matsumoto discussed our agricultural activities. Right here is our commercial ag leases, in which we lease open air, open lots to other commercial farmers on island. We also have our commercial nursery in which we PÖLAMA Lanai grows our plants and also brings in plants. Dan, this is for you. I'm sorry, Chair Giovanni, the cat sanctuary is over here. And then across the street here from Kamalu'upa'u Highway is our hydroponic facility that Mr. Matsumoto discussed, Sensei Farms. It's 120,000 square feet of hydroponic greenhouses, which are all powered by an off-grid system, so by a solar and battery system.
Let's pull up the next slide and take a closer look. Walk us through what we have on the slide, please.
You may not be able to see, but I'll just outline right here. So in red here is the project outline of the MIKI 200. Right here in black dotted is the I.CALL fossil fuel facility. It's approximately 5 acres. And then dotted here in light blue is our MIKI 20-acre condominium. And as I mentioned before, in this solid blue outline is our SUP, where we have interim uses, primarily stockpiling and rock crushing. Another point I want to make is that the MIKI 200 project outline is adjacent to other urban and industrial uses. Here's the I.CALL fossil fuel facility, as well as the MIKI 20, and the Lanai Airport is also an urban use, industrial use.
Just to clarify, Dr. Danza, what was inside the blue?
This blue dotted,
Yeah,
that's our MIKI 20-acre condominium. So it's a 20-acre parcel. It's heavy industrial.
got it.
And just on that point, just so everybody's clear, is that the area that Mr. Matsumoto discussed earlier that had the mix of lots that PÖLAMA would hold and that PÖLAMA would offer up for sale?
Correct. As part of the conditions for the district boundary amendment, when it went through its process, there was two actually petitions. There was a 14-acre petition and a 6-acre petition, and both of those required that 50% of the lots would be offered for sale.
And I'd like to take us to the next slide and have you briefly describe the proposed action for us.
Yes, as we said earlier, the primary action is to implement the community plan by rezoning the designated land area. So again, this is the Lanai community plan. It has 225 acres within the MIKI Basin area for heavy and light industrial use. Our project is implementing 50%, which is light industrial here in magenta, and 50% for heavy industrial use in red. As we mentioned, over 85% of the land area has an identified use and is expected to be developed within the first 10 years, if not sooner. We believe that the proposed action ensures that there is sufficient land for future economic diversification to support our on-island operations.
And if we could move then to the next slide, Mr. Matsumoto talked about the purpose of the project in addition to implementing the community plan, or as part of implementing the community plan, the diversification of the economy. And I was hoping you could maybe provide a little more detail on that subject.
Yeah, so the purpose of the proposed action is to further the goal of the Lanai Community Plan, which is a diversification of the economy on Lanai. By diversifying the economy, we need to provide the necessary land for future industries to support and expand beyond our luxury tourism market. This land also is in a central location for industrial uses. As I mentioned, there's other industrial uses around. It also provides an area so that other industrial uses that are on other areas or that are being done currently now in the residential area can relocate to this area. This is a critical component to establishing that there is sustainable and a resilient future for Lanai, ensuring that there's enough land.
And let's talk about land a little bit, in starting with the existing urban land on Lanai. How much land is currently within the urban district?
So this is an island map, which has the state land use districts. It's not that easy to see, but if it's gray, it's urban. And as noted here in Lanai City, it's urban. You have the airport here, which is gray, it's urban. Kamalupa'u here is urban. And then our project district down at Manila also has urban.
And I believe that's about 3% of the island.
Correct. It's about 3,000 or 3% of the island.
And is there sufficient area on those urban districts or within Lanai City for an industrial park?
No, all the area that is zoned urban right now is in use.
In addition to the fact that it was designated in the community plan, why was this particular site chosen for the industrial park?
This particular site is chosen for several reasons. As I mentioned, there are adjacent like uses that are nearby. It's also centrally located and adjacent to Lanai Airport, which air cargo can come on and off island in case if there's some sort of economic activity that requires that type of commerce flying in and commerce flying out. In addition, it's near to Kamalupa'u Harbor, which is the main seaport of entry in which you would bring goods on and off Lanai.
Let's look at the next slide, and I'd like you to help us understand the known anticipated uses of the industrial park.
So let me just direct you. So here we have a conceptual master plan for the MIKI Base industrial area. And on this side here, I call it a waterfall chart. So I basically have the various different land uses. I also have letters A, B, C, and D depicted that are correlating to the areas on the map, the conceptual master plan. In the far left, we have 20 acres identified for infrastructure. And this is a generic planning assumption, about 10% of the land. That's a common number for industrial parks to attribute about 10% for infrastructure. The next one is renewable energy projects. That's A, and that's depicted here. Again, this is just a rendering. That's 127 acres. And then next we have the concrete crushing facility, B, which is identified in this area here. And then we have the asphalt plant here. And then we have other industrial uses, which is on the Mauka side. And totaling, if you add up all of these, it totals to 200 acres.
And what will Pūlama Lanai do with the areas that are currently used for the asphalt and concrete plants when it relocates them?
So the mobile concrete batch plant will be relocated just 200 feet. And the asphalt plant will be relocated further away, and we'll be renaturalizing that area. So the area right now that's occupied by the mobile batch plant will be made for sale or to someone else when it's moved.
And if we can move on to the next slide and have you talk a little bit about the anticipated timing of these developments.
Sure. So this is it's a very similar slide that was on the previous chart. It was also in our DBA petition on page 19, if my eyes are
better than mine.
So this is the timeline up here. So within the first, in years 1 through 10, these are the types of activities within the first few years upon approval of all entitlements. So again, we still have to go through a change in zoning with the county. Both the asphalt plant and the concrete batch plant will be relocated. In addition, A, or the renewable energy project, we believe the current one that's before HECO will be built within the next 10 years. And then finally, you have D, again, developed as needed. It can start from year 1, but if it's doesn't get developed, then it will go on through years 11 through 20.
And a question had come up earlier about infrastructure, and I knew we were going to cover it at this point. And so can you share with us the improvements that we anticipate for the project?
Yeah, so as I think Mr. Matsumoto touched on this a little bit, for the batch plant, or the concrete batch plant, concrete crushing facility and the asphalt plant, there's not much infrastructure in terms of roads. There will be an individual wastewater system put in for a comfort station for a shared facility for the asphalt plant, as well as the concrete batch plant for the employees there. The developer will likely put in some access roads for the renewable energy project. And as Mr. Matsumoto said, there is an interconnection site right here adjacent to the HICO property.
And so if we can focus then on anticipated infrastructure for the remaining 26 acres, what do you anticipate, or how do you anticipate approaching infrastructure for that area?
We do know there's a need according to the market assessment, and that was submitted in our final EA, and will be developed at an as-needed basis.
All right, and as you develop as an as-needed basis, will that address roads, drainage, wastewater, and water?
It will.
And were those anticipated impacts addressed in the final environmental assessment?
Yes, the anticipated impacts were addressed in the final environmental assessment.
And will the DBA be the area to be redesignated, developed in accordance with those representations and assessments?
They will.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about drainage. In particular, will the project comply with the Maui County stormwater treatment requirements?
The project will comply with the county's stormwater treatment requirements.
And focusing just a little bit more on the water infrastructure, have the technical studies confirmed that there's adequate source for the development?
Yes, the technical studies that were completed and accepted in the final EA were completed, and there is enough source on island.
So for the known uses, the renewable energy and the relocation of the concrete and asphalt plants, we could use actual assessments or estimates for water use. How was water demand estimated for the 26 acres that will be developed as mixed industrial uses?
Yes, so if I could just direct you to this graph here. This is the existing demand on the public water system right now for the concrete facility. So meaning that this water is already accounted for because it's already in use on this. So any new uses on the concrete facility, again, are calculated here and for the asphalt plant here. So this 156,000 is the estimated use for the 26 acres on the Malka side of Miki Road. And that 156,000 is calculated by taking the planning assumptions that are from the 2002 Hawaii state standards that are particular for Maui County for industrial land. Basically, it's a very conservative number. It's the most conservative of all the counties. It's 6,000 gallons per day per acre. So if you take 6,000 times 26, you get 152. So as you can see, the projected demand on the public water system 238, 98% of it is attributed to this planning assumption for future needs on the new industrial uses on the Malka lands.
Okay, so then the anticipated future water needs for that area are consistent with state standards.
Correct, they are consistent with state standards.
Turning from the water back to the solar portion of the project, has a developer been selected?
Yes, a developer has been selected. So if I could just direct you to the chart that's on the screen here. This is the LÆNA RFP schedule according to Hawaiian Electric, and this is found in the Public Utilities Docket DMS document management system. The docket number is 2015-0389. On July 25th, in a press release, HICO identified DG Development and Acquisitions LLC as the solar developer for the Lanai solar project.
And I know Mr. Matsumoto touched on this a little bit, but could you summarize where we are in the PUC review for the project?
Yes. In that press release, it was announced that PPA negotiations has commenced. And so that's where we are in that project right now. So HICO is negotiating with DG Development and Acquisitions a power purchase agreement. When they have come to an agreement, that power purchase agreement will be submitted to the PUC for review and approval. we're not at that point yet.
Okay. Question came up, a commissioner question about fiscal impacts. We touched on the market study a couple of times, but I wanted to get a little more detailed on that. So would you talk for us a little bit about the economic and fiscal benefits anticipated from the project?
Yes, as Mr. Commissioner Ohigashi did mention, as well as Commissioner Kahele, the number of jobs are expected at full development to be 60. The amount of development activity in the initial 5 to 10 years construction period expects about 5.6 million net to the state. Operations at full development expects 380,000 per year net to the county and 670,000 per year to the state. And these are all in the economic and fiscal market study that was accepted in the final EA.
Turning from the economic benefits to the environmental benefits, how will the project, or to what extent will the project have a positive effect on the carbon footprint?
The overall project will have a significant reduction on carbon footprint, primarily due to the renewable energy project. So the renewable energy project is projected to displace 25,382 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents annually. And this is equivalent to basically approximately, 2.9 gallons of gasoline consumed, 336 tanker trucks worth of gasoline, or approximately, 58.7 thousand barrels of oil consumed. This is a significant reduction in carbon on the project site. So I'm just going to go to the next slide. This was also in the DBA petition on page, my eyes, 35. Thank you, Stacy. So here is the reduction that I just went through. So as you can see, the renewable energy project has a significant reduction in carbon footprint. The concrete operating facility actually has a very small positive increase in carbon dioxide equivalents, as does the asphalt plant. Again, very small. The other industrial uses, these are actual, the asphalt plant and the concrete plant. The other industrial uses, we use a planning assumption from the Urban Land Institute. And again, for this one, for the low range of carbon dioxide equivalents, we use a light industrial use. And as you can see, these are pretty negligible. Again, an overall significant reduction in carbon dioxide equivalents. For this scenario here, same numbers for the first three, for the renewable energy, the concrete crushing facility, and the asphalt plant. However, the other industrial uses, we use the higher assumption. This is basically for heavy industrial uses. And again, a significant decrease in carbon dioxide equivalents.
We can go to the next slide. Mr. Matsumoto had talked about the agency support for the project, but I wanted to put up for the commission the conditions. I believe there's an 11th condition as well, that 8 twice. There we go. So actually 11 conditions, and to have you confirm that on all those different subject matters, Pūlama Lanai is in agreement with the county and OPSD.
I can confirm Pūlama Lanai is thankful for the support of both the county as well as the state, and we are in agreement with the conditions as negotiated.
Dr. Dancel, are there any closing comments you want to offer to the commission?
I just want to thank both the commissioners for your time in reviewing this petition, as well as to both the county and the state for reviewing our application and being here today. And we humbly request a favorable decision in our applications before you today.
Thank you, Chair. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Dr. Dancel. Thank you, Mr. Chip Chase. County, do you have any questions?
No, Chair. Thank you.
State, do you have any questions?
Yes, thank you. I might have missed this when I first read the EA. Is it your testimony that the 127 acres will be used regardless of what happens with ECO for renewable energy?
That is correct.
You've heard the discussion regarding the potential impact of future Pūlama Lanai activities in developing in-house production of energy and its possible impact on HECO. Do you know whether there is a realistic possibility that that could endanger the project itself rather than simply a downsizing?
Whether we develop renewable energy ourselves, if that would endanger the HECO project?
Yes.
I think as we mentioned, and as Commissioner Giovanni, it could potentially reduce the size. However, it would not affect the project area. You'd still, we set aside 127 acres for renewable energy development. As I mentioned, it could house the HECO project or any renewable energy development. The state has a goal to get to 100% renewable energy by 2045. Having land that is already designated, already gone through entitlements right next door to the HECO fossil fuel facility will reduce the cost to any future developer coming in that would want to connect to the HECO plant.
And you probably know this better than I do, but I was just wondering, if there's a significant downsizing, does that affect the cost effectiveness of the solar project, a solar and battery project?
It wouldn't include, the project would have to go through very similar, it has to show benefits to the, in its application process with the PUC. Currently right now, as Mr. Matsumoto said, on island, Lanai pays the highest electricity rates in the state. In fact, we pay $187 per gallon for diesel oil. It's the highest out of every single island. So anything that will be coming in less than that from a solar project would be considered a benefit.
Does that include the capital costs for the solar and battery project?
That would include capital costs.
When you refer to renewable energy, I admittedly had read it as solar, but I understand you're now talking about renewable. Would you be proposing as a possible alternative a waste energy project?
Right now, we're not considering that.
Well, right now you're anticipating HECO is going to build it. I guess my question is, if HECO does not build it, and you said we're committed to putting in a renewable energy project, would that include the possibility of a waste energy project?
I think as Mr. Matsumoto mentioned, we would be evaluating what our options are. Right now, we're not evaluating a waste to energy project.
Was that covered in the EA? Were those impacts considered in the EA?
A waste to energy project?
Yes.
A waste to energy project was not considered in the EA.
Would you be considering a wind farm as well as one of the other alternatives?
Our landowner has committed to not doing big wind on Lanai, and we stand firm to that commitment.
And would the EA also, and is it true the EA did not look at the environmental impacts of big wind?
The EA did not look at the environmental impacts of big wind.
Okay. So I guess, if I eliminate geothermal and wave, for obvious reasons, what other renewable energy would there be other than waste energy, wind, geothermal, and wave than solar?
I actually wouldn't rule out geothermal energy on Lanai. We have a test well in which the University of Hawaii has done some preliminary studies.
So you might consider putting in a geothermal well within the MIKI with the 26 acres? I'm sorry, within the 127 acre parcel?
We haven't studied that.
And was that considered in the EA?
That was not considered in the EA.
Are you asking for permission from the Land Use Commission to be allowed to put in all of those matters, all of those other alternative renewable energy projects with this approval?
If it's a permitted land use, then it would be allowed as a I think it's major utilities for heavy industrial areas in the zoning, Maui County zoning. It's an allowed use.
Typically, let me represent you. Typically, there is a provision that the LUC always imposes requiring petitioners to substantially comply with the representations. So what I'm trying to, and one of the representations that are in any project, of course, are the proposed uses. So what I'm trying to find out from you is what are your proposed uses And I guess I'm trying to see, does that proposed use that you're asking for permission to put into this 127 acres, does that include geothermal and waste to energy?
We haven't studied either in the particular area, but those are both considered renewable energy projects. And so we're representing that renewable energy projects could go in that area.
Thank you for the information. So the developer has been chosen. If I understand this correctly, HECO is going to has gotten a developer and is now negotiating the PPA. At what point in this process is there an agreement, or is there already an agreement for the lease of this property to either the developer or HECO?
That's a great question. So as part of the PPA negotiations, you have to show that you have a commitment of the land and between us and the developer. And so we have a lease that the developer is looking at.
Is there an anticipated timetable for when decisions will be made as to what I assume would be a lease to be executed on the condition that the PPA moves forward?
Yeah, the lease would be part of the PPA, so it would have to be completed by the PPA negotiations.
Yeah, and was there a timetable for the negotiations to be completed?
There was no timetable in the HECO RFP that was filed with the Public Utilities Commission.
Okay. Given that, I assume you wouldn't then also not have a timetable.
Yeah, I can't speculate to HECO's timeline.
I think that's fair. The 11 conditions that you referenced, would it be fair to say that these were based upon OPSD's proposed 11 conditions with certain revisions proposed by the parties?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Thank you, Ms. Yee. So commissioners, going from right to left this time. Commissioner Chang.
Thank you so much, Dr. Danzo. To a certain extent, I prefer to leave the question, especially to Chair Giovanni, who's so much more articulate and understands this better than I do. But your answering Mr. Yee's questions was very enlightening for me. So if the LUC was to change the condition and to define renewable as only solar, so as to require any change from your selection of renewables beyond the list of, beyond solar, that you'd have to come back. What's the position of PÖLAMA LANA?
May I call? And I just want to clarify. So it would be PV right now. The HECO RFP is PV and battery energy storage system. So I want to make sure that both of those at minimum are included if there is a condition.
Okay, thank you.
So your name.
Kurt Matsumoto. I would just add that, we haven't studied any other alternative energy. As the landowner, we are not pursuing waste to energy because it's not much different than burning fossil fuels. But we would like to leave open other technologies because we're not in a position to predict exactly what may occur in the next 5 to 10 years, because so many things are being studied and developed. So for us to just say, no, absolutely not, we're just going to do this one thing, I think that would be a big mistake and would handcuff the possibilities for Lanai in terms of the best potential outcomes for renewable energy in the future.
No, and I greatly appreciate that, Mr. Matsumoto. I think for me, the table is maybe sort of the other way around in the sense that I could see community coming back and saying, but these things weren't even discussed with us, these other options. We're not saying they shouldn't be able to do some kind of alternative renewable energy. But what was represented to us in the EA process was solar and battery storage. Therefore, we're comfortable with that. And I'm not saying, and I am not suggesting that you wouldn't go back out and confer and consult with the community regarding alternatives, because I don't want to hamstring you and limiting your renewables. And I applaud that you are exploring other alternatives. I guess for purposes, in my mind, of an environmental assessment, which lays the foundation for the granting of this petition, it's a disclosure document. And I don't feel, I feel a little uncomfortable saying that there was full disclosure by this broad term of renewable, especially when I think about the Hawaiian community. I think geothermal has gone a far way with the Hawaiian community than it was back in the Campbell case. I think that has changed. But nonetheless, I think it is a source of energy that, in my mind, requires greater debate.
So I can appreciate that. So what I know about geothermal and how it's developing today as opposed to 30 years ago, the technology is imminently different. And so, you know, if we were to implement something like that, we would be looking at these more current or future technologies, things that are not really extracting anything from the ground. They're just using the heat. But examples of other types of things that are only being thought about yet in Hawaii is things like using geothermal, and then also using geothermal to produce hydrogen as an example. But we cannot represent to this body today that we've studied those things and that we would absolutely consider, you know, putting them here.
And I guess it is exactly for that reason that I am a little uncomfortable sort of giving this carte blanche to the definition of renewable, even the term big wind. That, I think, for purposes of a Lanai community, yeah, it's not 400 windmills. It's not, but it may be any wind. I don't know. So I guess for me, it is, and you know, I've done enough community engagement where the issue isn't so much, it's the perception of geothermal, perception of big wind. I am in no way making a judgment that any one of these is not a good alternative. I think geothermal should be further explored. It is a firm source of power. It is much more reliable, but I would just feel very, like I said, lack of better words, uncomfortable sitting here today, 10 years later, or 5 to 10 years later, the land use commissioners getting asked by the community, why didn't, you know, why weren't we told about this? And the next thing they know that is this is coming up. So just appreciate, I think, where I'm coming from. I totally support the notion of renewable energy and the fact that you are exploring other options. My discomfort is us giving you a sort of a blank check to do any renewable when there hasn't been full disclosure of all of those relevant studies and things that would have normally been part of a full environmental document. So that's just where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Do you want to respond to that, or should we go on?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Is that it? Anybody else over here? Left side? Commissioner Ohigashi.
Doctor, you mentioned that the 20 acres that you referred to, not part of the petition site, but are for condominiums. In other words, you're gonna carve out condominium lots.
Correct.
Is that right?
Yes, it's basically,
And that was done in 2 DBAs, 14 and 6 acres. Do you happen to know when the 14 and 6 acre DBAs were?
it was before PÖLAMA came into ownership. It was pre-2012,
2012. about
pre-2012. Yeah, it was
And
a
that
long
was
time
done
ago.
way back then, huh?
Yeah.
And one of the conditions, do you know which DBA had the condition which would remove the concrete batching plant?
The concrete batching plant wasn't there. The mobile concrete batching plant wasn't there back then.
So there's no condition requiring you to move the concrete batching plant.
No, we're moving it because we need to offer 50% of the lots for sale.
Okay, so if you're offering 50% of the lots for sale, couldn't it be accomplished by just creating less lots and keeping the concrete batching plant there? I'm only asking you this because this was before my time, and obviously this is a county engineered land use commission DBA, which we have no say in. So I'm just asking you that question. And if you're required to do 50%, which DBA has that condition? The 6 acre or the 14 acre?
Both.
Both has it. So it was contemplated at that time by the county that 50% of it be done. My next question to you is that since that time, what has been done on that 20 acres?
So if I could ask my team for help to put up the slide in which there is a close-up of the 200 acre parcel, which shows the 20 acre condominium, as well as the 5 acre HECO fossil fuel facility. No, it's the aerial image, please, at the beginning. Can you go up to maybe slide 3 or slide 4, please? Slide 3 or 4, thank you. No, yes, thank you. No, the next one, please. Thank you. So here's a 20 acre condominium. Right here in the corner here is our mobile batch plant. You see these structures here?
Yes.
Those are our warehouses, and our logistics teams are there, primarily used for storage. We also have our LANA builders. Mr. Matsumoto discussed, this is our construction company. This is their base yard right here in this far corner up here.
So going back to my question, what has been done on that 20 acre parcel? Which I'm assuming that 20 acres now is one project, is that right?
No, it's not one
It's
project.
2 separate projects, 6 acre and 14.
I'm sorry, you're correct. We actually combine them in a subdivision. Yes, so
Okay,
it's
so
that's
it's
why,
one project, right?
correct.
What has been done on that 20 acre parcel? In accordance with the 2 DBAs in terms of infrastructure and.
Yeah. Yeah, so basically you don't see it on this because this is an older image, but there's a road that kind of goes around like this.
Is that part of the plan for the development of that?
Correct.
And did you develop the road?
Yes, we did. It's about 98% done. And then we have,
When was that done?
we're in the process right now within the last 1.5 years.
So the other question that I have is that's all I wanted to know about that. The other question that I have is, why do you need to get a DBA for the 127 acres? My understanding is that a solar farm can be developed on agricultural land to the special use permit process. So why would it be advantageous for the consumer of electricity to have you obtain developmental rights to that 127 acres?
That's a really good question. And that actually came up during our agency review by the county. So if you remember where the HECO fossil fuel facility is located, it's literally right next door. So there's always this interconnection cost that is usually a pretty significant cost. By having the solar or the PV battery project located literally right next door to the HECO fossil fuel facility, the interconnection cost is almost minimal, if at all.
But
So that
aren't solar farms developable on agricultural land by state law?
it is. So I'm
Through
going
an
to
SB process?
correct. So I'm going to get to the point, sorry, of how it's beneficial for the consumer.
Right.
So that reduction of the interconnection cost is usually it's baked into the PPA price that the developer has with HECO. So if that cost is minimal or reduced, that's a benefit to the consumer. In addition, all of this cost here of us coming before you today, putting together, doing all the technical studies, hiring attorneys to go through the entitlement process, we're burdening that cost so that the land is entitled, so that the developer doesn't have to do that. So they don't put those costs into the cost of the PPA. So reducing the entitlement costs as well as interconnection costs reduces the overall costs for the PPA.
Does that increase the lease rental value to your company? In other words, so to lease agricultural land, in my mind, is cheaper than leasing urbanized entitled property. So is there going to be a profit, and shouldn't that profit be disclosed?
So the lease is public. It was filed in the HECO RFP, and the terms are very similar to other solar facilities.
And so that's not my question. My question is, does that add additional costs in terms of lease rent to give
There is
your company an advantage to leasing more expensive land? And has that been put into the matrix of determining if it benefits the consumer or not?
so the cost of the lease, whether it was there or on the ag land for the solar facility, there was no difference.
Okay, so is that something that LANA company or that your company will commit to in this what is it, in this DBA, as a condition that you maintain the same lease as agricultural land,
Agricultural land for a solar facility,
a
correct?
solar facility,
There'll be
whether or
this-
not it's been developed?
Yes.
And I'm, just to let you know, I'm prone to taking the idea of trying to limit the definition of what renewable energy project can be developed on this particular property. Because that way, there'll be a mandatory state review, no matter who eventually owns this property.
Understood. Thank you.
Right. And I had one more area that I wanted to discuss, but I forgot it. I didn't write it down fast enough.
Perhaps you'll remember.
Maybe not.
Commissioner Okuda, anything?
Surprisingly, no questions. Thank you.
Commissioner Pettis?
Sure, I got some simple questions. Commissioner Lee had all the hard questions. We talk about, well, I always look at, and probably the rest of the commissioners always look at, what's for the best interest of the company, what's the best interest for the state, and of course, the best interest of the residents. you know, when we talk about jobs, there was no number given how many jobs we're going to be given to the residents there. We talk about savings for the consumer. I mean, we don't know who we're referring to. Is how much money are we looking at the residents there, the consumers saving on their electric bill by we having a conversion? I believe the cost for the project is going to be somewhere $80–90 million. And that's in your FEA, I believe.
Yeah.
So who's going to be paying for the cost for the project? Somebody's going to have to pay for it, right? How would the consumer or the residents there, well, how would they be able to reduce their electric bill, but and by how much?
So Commissioner Kahele, if you don't mind, I'll use a hypothetical
Yeah,
just because
If you get a round ballpark figure, a penny, a kilowatt hour, a nickel.
yeah. So assuming that the project that is before HECO today is
Yes.
built. And if that project came in at, say, 10 cents per kilowatt hour, the cost, so that's the PPA negotiated price between the developer and HECO. So that's not the cost that the consumer, a LANA resident would pay, but that's the negotiated PUC approved power purchase agreement is 10 cents per kilowatt hour. That displaces 95% of the diesel that is burned on island. So instead of burning expensive diesel, you're now using 10-cent solar. We estimated the cost savings between 45 and 60% on the LANA bill for a consumer. So it's quite significant. Again, that's an assumption that today's oil prices, which is currently right now on LANA is about $189 or $187 per barrel of diesel and 10-cent solar. Again, it's a hypothetical, but
Yeah.
just so that you can, just to provide you a ballpark figure.
So we don't have an actual number of how much I would save if I was a resident there?
We don't, because we don't have the value of the power purchase agreement. So I'm just assuming 10 cents. And for a project this size, the KIUC project, which is about the similar size in Lauai, was about 10.85 cents per kilowatt hour. So it's around, I'm just assuming 10 cents.
Would you mind just clarifying what the capacity is that was awarded for
Yeah.
this project?
So if you go back to 7.5 megawatts PV, 17.5 megawatts PV. Overall, it's 89.5 megawatt hours annually is what they're procuring.
And a 4-hour best?
4 to 5 hour. They didn't specify, they just specify the amount of annual energy, 89.5 megawatt hours annual.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's it? Okay. So the chair has a few questions. Dr. Danzel, I'm going to ask you questions that I know that I know the answer to.
Yeah.
But the purpose of this is to help all of us come to an equal, and I know you know the answers too.
I don't know. It's a test.
But it's just in part to get it to all levels set.
Yeah.
On what the issue is. So I'm picking up where Mr. Lee was, sorry. Doctors, Dr. Johnson over there. So HECO ran an RFP for a 17.5 megawatt, 89.5 megawatt hour system, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And it was a competitive bid.
Correct. It was a competitive bidding process.
Right. And we don't know publicly what the nominal cents per kilowatt hour would be coming out of that, correct?
Correct. It hasn't been disclosed yet.
Has not been disclosed. The 10-cent number that you quoted for a project on Kauai is accurate. It's also stale. They could never build that project today for that price.
It was helping me with the math.
But so it's a little higher.
Yeah.
But that's not the issue. The issue is where Mr. Yi was going. And that is the viability of the project that was proposed as a consequence of a dramatic decrease in load demand on the MIKO system. So do you have, I know it's, Mr. Matsumoto said that it's private and discussions which are proprietary at this time. But do you have a rough estimate of what percentage of the current load demand of PÖLAMA Lanai might be put into self-generation, just as a percent reduction?
Yes, I can share that with you, and that has been publicly disclosed in the PUC docket and the one that I mentioned, a letter from HECO to the Public Utilities Commission informing them that we had or in discussions for our intent to go to microgrid. And in that, HECO said 40%.
A 40%
Load reduction. Or 40, I should say 40% is the load from the resorts, is what was disclosed in that letter.
Okay. It's also, I think, been said today by either you or Mr. Matsumoto that future development of the hydroponic farming currently is and will continue to be self-generated.
That is correct.
And I think you also disclosed that the power generation would be off the grid for the housing projects that you are moving forward with. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
That is correct. Hokuau is off grid.
Okay. So if there's a 40% reduction in demand and the other residents that do not directly benefit from that self-generation, which means that everybody else on the island that's not a hotel, not farming, not part of your housing project, and I don't know what other projects you might take off grid, what happens to their bills just as a consequence of that if nothing else changes?
HECO would do an evaluation of what that cost impact would be. They could assess a fee to us or for an exit fee, or that cost could get passed on to other customers.
But there's a net increased cost that somebody has to deal with one way or another. I'm not saying it should be you or anybody else.
Correct.
Right. So the problem that we're having on this right now is that you've proposed, and EA proposed and discussed a project of this magnitude for this acreage that would provide these benefits. When in fact, the net benefit to the residents of you guys going off grid are going to outweigh, and the cost might actually may go up to the residents. Where it would be nice if the reduction in cost of solar versus fossil is outweighed, or that outweighs the net cost of just having a smaller customer base.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be nice.
Yeah.
It would be unusual, but it'd be nice if that happened. So I think that the real concern here is if PÖLAMA Lanai goes forward with his plans to go off grid, it really puts in question what this 126 acres is going to be used for. Where's the demand going to come from to generate any project of any significant of the original size? Do you see any demand growth outside of your own development?
The county has 115 acres and it has gone through a DBA and it is zoned urban, and that's for housing development. So that could be a potential new demand.
That could be a potential.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm a little surprised, just personally, that PÖLAMA Lanai would be proposing to no matter what, we're going to retain that 127 for renewable and not be asking for some flexibility there with all the uncertainty in the world and all the uncertainty of how that's going to evolve in terms of industrial development on Lanai, farming development on Lanai, county development on Lanai, et cetera. Why is it that you're Why are you driving to say it will be renewable energy no matter what?
That's what we represented in our application, that it would be identified for renewable energy development. It could be for the HECO project that's before you. If we do move forward and do take our resorts off grid, we could put our microgrid there and have a distribution line down to the resorts. So it would be used for renewable energy development. We believe that it would be used.
So is it your position that locking that into renewable energy no matter what, and as Mr. Melson would have said, it could be plastics to hydrogen, who knows? As long as the legislature calls that renewable, it would qualify, correct?
Correct.
But it seems like a case can be made that the only reason that you're really locking it in is just to avoid having go back to redo the environmental assessment, and because you might repurpose that land for other uses. Tell me that that's just not the case.
I think because we represented that in the process, that's what we would be intending to use it for. And if we did have another use, we would have to come back before you. But right now, we do believe there is a need.
So the three options are, it'll either be fully built out as originally conceived and proposed by HECO as a large project. It'll be downsized and the remaining land will be used for other types of renewable energy projects, or it will be left undeveloped.
Correct.
Okay, I think I understand.
Chair, if I could just add something
Please,
else.
please.
We do have to get to 100% renewable by 2045. And so something has to be developed, some sort of renewable energy source will have to be developed on island. We can't do big wind. That's something that we have committed to. Most likely it would be primarily photovoltaic battery energy storage.
Well, I mean, they could put biofuel and Miko diesels.
Biofuel and Miko diesels. So we wanted to make sure that there was land entitled.
I understand that. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I actually feel you're boxing yourself in unnecessarily, but that's okay.
Chair, can I just ask a follow-up?
I would like to call on Commissioner Chang to follow up.
Thank you. I am not as, like I said, I'm not as Akamai as Chair Giovanni. So I want to understand the options. So in my view, building or how would I say, securing your ability to securing that 120 acre, 27 acres for renewable is really quite critical. One, and these are the options as I understand. One, you could proceed, HECO could proceed, and they could complete the RFP and enter into an agreement. So they could this company could do the solar. And let's say you don't go off grid for a while. So they're generating all this. But at some point in time, you go off grid and you decide we're going to do something maybe closer to the hotel. If your hotels go off grid and is not a, isn't a user, is HECO going to accept all of that energy that's being produced on that solar farm?
I think if you remember some of the exchange that I had with Chair Giovanni,
Yeah.
HECO would most likely impose something, what we call in industry, an exit fee upon us for doing something like that, because they had already burdened the cost of building that facility to supply energy for a certain level of demand. And if we were to remove ourselves and it was already producing and we had been using it, I would see that as a high likelihood of a scenario.
Is that a one-time exit fee?
Yeah, it would be. And then I'm sure if we needed to connect up again, they could potentially you know, again, this is all speculation. There's
Sure, yeah.
nothing in the.
Yeah, let me add a little more confusion, maybe to clarify. If you were motivated, if Palama Lanai is motivated purely because they want to go to on non-economic reasons, but purely to get renewable energy, then you'd be happy to pay some surcharge to make the customers that are disaffected by that move, to make them whole, so that they don't, you know, they're your residents. You don't want them to hurt. I can understand that logic. I'm not asking you to commit to that. That's part of your negotiation with HECO. My real concern is that once you clarify the magnitude that you might take off grid, whether it be 40% or 50 or whatever that number might be, that DG energy project that was awarded has a very high likelihood of just disappearing, and you will actually lose something. So hopefully it will downsize to be the right size, but it could also disappear. And the reason I say that is because this, as Mr. Yee said this morning, this commission has seen numerous wonderful solar projects not materialize, despite the fact that they said they needed us to grant them the land use provisions they were looking for, and they were going to build these great solar projects. And a good number of them have just not materialized. And so we're skeptical that if you throw this monkey wrench into the mix, that project might disappear. So then what, right? But that's the concern that's being expressed here.
Yeah, and my concern is, in addition to that, it is the ultimate cost that will be felt by the remaining consumers. That 40% is going to have to be shared by the remaining consumers. And so even if this solar project goes online, and I mean, I look at the Kahuku wind farm where half the time HECO can't even accept all of that. So that's kind of my concern, but I'm also, I see this as you're trying to secure entitlement for that property, whether this solar project goes or you do something else. And again, I applaud Palama Lanai for all the work that you're doing, but I just, I've not been, my level of comfort hasn't changed throughout our discussion. I still am uncomfortable expanding to just have renewable. I'd want to limit this just to the solar and the battery, to what was represented in the EA. That's my position.
Thank you. Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, to follow up on your question and following certain comments Commissioner Chang has made, you know, I'm not an engineer and without experience, so I'm kind of taken aback by this. Have the potential ramifications that the chair has described in pretty much plain English, so even a non-science guy like me can understand that, has that been communicated to the residents of Lanai, that one of the potential negative ramifications of these hotels going offline will be that there could be a spike in their electric bill? Well, I mean, has that been part of the discussion, just so that no one is unduly surprised?
So Kurt Matsumoto, Commissioner, as I stated earlier in my testimony, it's very premature for us to assume that all the scenarios that Commissioner Giovanni put forward is exactly what's going to happen. It may not come to pass. So, you know, unfortunately, I'm not at liberty to discuss this with the commission, but it may not be that scenario. And as I said, all we did was send a letter that says this is our intent. HECO now has to come back and study what that would do. And then if after we negotiate things with them or have discussions with them, if that's the plan, then yes, we would have to come back, and HECO would come back to the community to inform them of what what the impacts would be. But that is so far from being confirmed today.
Okay, and the people in the community can have the freedom to do whatever, they want to do within the bounds of the law. I'm just, or at least for me, I really like to see community engagement as early as possible, because the cases that we've had here, which have gone south, down the toilet, in reverse, off the cliff, has been when people, rightly or wrongly, get the perception that somehow, they weren't given full disclosure. All I'm suggesting is, even if this was a potentially premature issue, you might consider at least making sure that these potential ramifications are there, because, for example, and this is just not me, I'm not saying anybody has to follow it, but if I was a member of the community, I would have wanted to know that this is a potential ramification of this letter being sent to Hawaiian Electric, because I would start lobbying my legislators and the PUC and writing letters to the editor and doing a lot of things, because, let's face it, in Hawaii, workers don't have a lot of disposable money, and even a few dollars on an electric bill can have ramifications. It's just my editorial comment, but you answer my question, and thank you, Mr. Matsumoto.
Thank you. Anything more here?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We've been going an hour and 15. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to redirect, and then I'm going to take a break and we'll go to the county.
If I could, Chair, I would ask to take the break now. I think I can make the redirect more streamlined if I have a chance to talk to Dr. Dancel and Mr. Matsumoto.
That'd be great. So it's 1:47. We'll come back at 1:55.
Deal.
Okay, 1:56, back on the record. Mr. Chip Chase, redirect.
Yes. Yes, Chair, thank you. Dr. Dancel, if we come back and just orient ourselves back to basics here. My recollection is that the PV and battery project was anticipated to supply 95% of the existing need. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so even at full build out of the 127 acres, it's not completely supplying the power for the island. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you'd mentioned one anticipated additional project being the county's development of workforce housing. In addition to that, has DHHL proposed a housing project as well?
Correct. There is land set aside for a future DHHL project, approximately 50 acres.
Okay. And so would both of those be further demands on the electrical supply?
Yes.
Having heard the commissioner's concerns with respect to the nature of renewable that might be located in the 127 acres, is Pūlama Lanai prepared to commit that 127 acres would only be used for a PV and battery system?
Correct. We commit to that.
And although it's not actually part of this proceeding at all, you've heard concerns that the potential to remove the hotels from the existing grid would jeopardize the viability of the HECO PV project in that 127 acres, and could, under some scenarios, lead to an increase in costs for the customers. Would Pūlama Lanai commit that if pulling the hotels off of the existing grid would lead to an increase in cost for commissioners or for customers?
Oh, wait a minute. I like the commissioner's part.
Now, we'd like to increase your costs, commissioners.
Mr. Chief Chase, could you talk louder, because we had the guy doing the jackhammer.
That was probably the best stuff I said all day too.
We couldn't hear the question.
So I'll go back 2 questions because I just think they're important. given the concerns that were expressed by commissioners with respect to the kinds of renewable projects that could fall under the definition of renewable energy and therefore fit within the 127 acres, is Pulama Lanai prepared to commit that the 127 acres will only be used for a PV and battery project?
Yes, Pulama Lanai commits to both, to only using the technology of photovoltaic and battery energy storage as represented in our application.
And my second question is there was concern expressed about the consequence of pulling the hotels off of the existing HECO grid. And although that's not before the commission, the concern is that under certain scenarios that could jeopardize the HECO photovoltaic project and could lead to an increase in costs for customers. Would Pulama Lanai commit that in the event pulling the hotels off of the existing grid would lead to an increase in costs for consumers, that Pulama Lanai would not pursue that course of action?
Yes, Pulama Lanai commits to that.
No further questions.
Just to clarify that last point, because it's obviously very critical. So the way you phrased it was an either or. There wasn't a possibility of some infusion or that they were talking about, for example, the payment of a fee that would neutralize that effect. Is that also a possibility the way you framed it?
It is intentionally phrased so that the net result is no increase to customers. However, that end result is achieved.
Okay, I like that better, as opposed to just being a yes or a no. on the
Exactly.
project. Okay,
Did I state that correctly, Dr. Dancel?
Yes, that is stated correctly.
the last time.
Yes.
Okay. Anything further?
Nothing further, Chair.
Okay. We're good. So county, let me give it to you. Just so everybody knows, if we don't have a lot of Q&A on the county and state, I'm pretty hopeful we'll be done by 3:00.
Okay. The County of Maui will call Planning Director Michelle McLean as its only witness.
Michelle McLean, do you swear to testimony will be the truth today?
I do.
Please proceed.
Director McLean, could you please summarize the department's position in this district boundary amendment proceeding?
Yes, the County of Maui supports the petition. It helps to implement the Lanai Community Plan. And while generally we look for DBAs to not have conditions imposed on them, we have been working with OPSD and the petitioner and agree on some final terms. I would be shocked if conditions aren't imposed on the zoning that are more specific to the uses and other development related restrictions. The change in zoning would be heard on Lanai by the Lanai Planning Commission. So certainly there would be a very easy opportunity for community input at that stage. Yeah, I think that's about all I have to say at this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Petitioner, any questions for the witness?
No, Chair.
State, any questions for the witness?
No questions, thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for the county? Thank you very much. Mr. Yee.
Thank you. We had just one witness to present today, LUD Chief, Katia Balasiano.
Ms. Butler, could you say your name, please, and correctly, because I'll probably mess it up. And do you swear to tell the truth today?
Yes. Hello, Katia Balasiano. Good afternoon. I swear.
Thank you.
Could you please summarize OPSD's testimony today?
Yes, we also are in support of the project as it was represented to us. We believe it conforms with the state and county plans. It conforms with the urban district standards. We like very much that it will reduce dependence on fossil fuels. and that it further diversifies the economy of Lanai. So we stand in support of our testimony. And again, we support this project.
I have no further questions. She's available for cross-examination.
Thank you. Petitioner, any questions for state?
No questions, Chair.
County, any questions for state?
No, Chair.
Commissioners, any questions for state? Wow, I am so impressed.
They took your words
They took my words seriously. They want to go home. All right. Let me catch up. So. Okay, it is actually time for a second round of public testimony. So, Ms. Kwan, have we had anybody come forward that wants to provide public testimony at this time?
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kwan. All right, so given that the parties have finished their presenting their cases and final arguments before the Land Use Commission, I declare this evidentiary portion of this proceeding to have been completed. Subject to the receipt of various follow-up reports and/or answers that may have been requested during the hearing, I direct the parties draft their individual proposed findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decisions in order based on the record in this docket, and serve the same upon each other and the commission. And let me make a qualifying comment from me. I think that this industrial development is really the right project in the right place in Lanai. The question that you heard and the concern that we heard was all around this. What's going to happen to the 127 acres with all of the uncertainty that's going to be imposed on that with whatever business decisions are made by PÖLAMA Lanai, Hawaiian Electric, and ultimately the Public Utility Commission. However, with the final two conditions that you put forth in your redirect, and that was agreed publicly and is now on the record by PÖLAMA Lanai, and if I see those in the decision in order that you propose, then I'm very favorably inclined.
Chair.
Yes.
I just have a short comment. I'm just I wanted to say that I think we come a far way. The problem that I thought I highlighted was the county's use of the 15-acre limitation into parsing a project out into a 14 and 6 acre. 6 acre. And that was done according to testimony before 2012. I'm sure and seen from the county of Maui most recently that this type of activity is not taking place, and that projects that are generally over 20 acres will be 15 acres will be given to the commission, and projects that are generally below 15 acres will be given to the commission. Thank you. I will be given to the county.
Thank you. Any other commissioners want to make a statement at this time? Commissioner Okuda.
Chair, I'm sure Mr. Chipchase is going to do this, but may I request that that there be specific references to the record on any finding of fact, and if there's a conclusion of law, specific reference to the legal authority, just so that we don't have to hunt through the record. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chipchase.
Thank you. Any other commissioners want to make it? Commissioner Chang.
Yes. Mr. Chipchase, I greatly appreciate the timeout and the responses from the part. I will tell you, it gave me renewed faith because PÖLAMA Lanai has come a long way in reestablishing trust with this community, in doing, as Mr. Matsumoto said, doing the right thing. So I think you heard our concerns. I think our concerns were legitimate. I think our concerns also reflected what the community might have felt. So I appreciated that you heard us and you took appropriate actions. as, that means a lot because you have come such a far way that I think we all would like to see you be successful. So thank you very much. I appreciated that. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Commissioner.
Anybody else? Yeah, let me just add my 2 cents right on top of that. I think you exhibited incredible standing in this community and as a very credible entity, a very credible developer, and one who listens to the community and listens to this commission. So thank you very much. To turn that around in a 7-minute break, which Mr. Chip Chase actually stretched to 9 minutes, was pretty incredible.
I hope those 2 minutes were time well spent.
Time well spent, time well spent. Okay, back to the script. The proposed findings of fact must reference the witness as well as the date, page, and line numbers of the transcripts to identify your facts. In addition to the transcript, the exhibits and evidence shall be referenced. Please note the transcripts take about 2 weeks for processing, so they will be made available to all parties on or about November 30th, 2022. I note for the parties that the commission has standard conditions, which we would like the parties to include in preparing the proposed order. A copy of the standard conditions may be obtained from our commission staff. I recommend that the parties consult with the commission staff early in the process to ensure that the technical and non-substantive formatting protocols observed by the commission are adhered to. If any of the parties desire to stipulate to any portion of all or all of the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decisions and order, they are encouraged to do so. It's stipulated. Regardless of whether the parties pursue a partial or a fully stipulated order, each party is directed to file its proposed finding of fact, conclusions of law, and decision and order with the commission and serve copies on the other parties no later than the close of business on December 12, 2022. All comments, stipulations, or objections to the other party's proposal shall be filed with the commission and served upon the other parties no later than the close of business December 21, 2022. The deadline for any rebuttals is December 28, 2022. Are there any questions regarding these proceedings, the procedure that I just described, or the dates that I named?
None from the petitioner, Chair.
Thank you. County?
No, Chair. Just to confirm, although you have directed all parties to submit findings of fact, it would be appropriate if petitioner files their findings of fact, to which OPSD and probably the county will simply then file a reply for those probably very small minor revisions that we would recommend.
I think that's correct, but the only clarification I make is that when you reply, you need to fully distribute it to all the parties and to the commission.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay. If there are no objections, entertain the proposed dates of the parties. I think that concludes our meeting for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.